Howdy, fellas. Everything's looking all right. Why? What's up, brother? Try to go live more often, so here we are doing so. Want to make sure we actually have it looking good on YouTube as well. I'm gonna go and look. How's it going, Mission Space Orange? How do I even look at my live on here? Okay, cool. Ooh, y'all may be able to hear the audio on that. Ain't got a clue how to adjust certain settings on. Thank you, Ray. I appreciate you, brother. On the camera itself, so if it looks a little dull, then it's just what we get. Really, I'd almost want a different. Let me bring OBS back over here right now. Feel like we can just like make it bigger. Put the chat box on top. That's a lot of me right there. Dang, that's crazy. All right, there's that. Never seen a live stream. What's up, brother? Oh, this got to go above it too. Oh. All right, I think I'm getting it figured out. Jacksonville, Florida. Heck yeah, man. Mike, how's it going over there? Dude, is it as dry as it is here for y'all? I mean, we haven't gotten any kind of rain in what feels like hang near a month or something like that. Actually, you know what? I think I seen something. It was like September 1st or around September 1st, I think, is the last time that it rained here on the Gulf Coast. Actually seen some actual weather. My yard is dead. Everything's dead. It's dreadful. We need some rain. Have you seen them shirts where motorbikes ain't been picking up shorts? I imagine by camera detection. Yeah, that is an issue even with the cameras. As motorcycles, radars definitely notice do it best. Loops typically have the biggest issue of them not picking up motorcycles, but it's unfortunate for sure. In the house in Cali, heck yeah, man. We have some great weather over there. Yeah, Mike, so dry down there too. I mean, it's just been hot and dry, super hot and dry. But we'll be on nights again this coming up week. We'll be working on trying to finish out a lot of this land and road project we've been doing, and then also I'd be going over to Applied Information schedule too, but I need to reach out to them again, make sure everything's still good to go. Going to Applied Information in Atlanta at the end of this week sometime. So hopefully I can film a little bit of content, do a little bit of talks with them. See, is this my chat box? Whatever. Is it just because of the faces y'all are doing on there? We'll see if it updates. Yeah, okay. Muggy, yeah. That's for sure. Always is, man. Down here on the coast or whatever, it's always, the humidity is always at 100%. What are we allowed to do on YouTube? Or can we watch sports and stuff like that too together? Almost doubt it, but I feel like didn't they just start something with the like NFL? Wet and windy. Man, we could use some rain, but you know, right before it stopped raining for a while, it was pouring down constantly every day, and that made it a little bit tough. It was just my yard was soaking wet all the time too, and yeah, see that's me too. I think it would take the stream down. We may play like some Fortnite or something like that here soon. I know the wife will want to play. We can run some games or something of it, you know. But we'll just, you know, talk a little bit. Would it, I mean, I could put the videos on. Y'all got any kind of like good questions about it? Let's see how I can even do it. I just know I need another source. Let's see here. I think I have to move OBS. Let me see. I'll do a different one. Heck yeah, dude. I appreciate that. I definitely will. I've just done it a good handful of times, but every time I try to set it all back up on the computer and everything, it's always like another learning experience again. Or trying to use different things on it. Like here, this camera that I'm using is a DJI Action 4 as webcam, and I don't know, for the last hour I've been sitting here unplugging it, plugging it back in, couldn't get it to figure out why it wouldn't go into the webcam mode, and now it's working. So let's see here. Ooh, let me try to get this again. Move this over to one different. Who does your on-site security and health and safety? We're actually, as more of the contracts we win as prime contractors, and being the one with the most money in the project, we're starting to have to do more and more of that ourselves compared to being a subcontractor. We really didn't have to worry about a lot of that stuff. But now, just on the foremans and everything, we got a little app on our phone that we just check mark, pretty much copy and paste and send it so that they have the paperwork. Wyatt, what's up, brother? Let's see here. Still want to figure this out. I should have got all this worked out before I started going live right here. I want my other. Hold on. See, this is. What? Okay, here we go. I think I just did it. Now, hold on. What are we even looking at here? Oh, this is so big compared to. Watch, I'm gonna get us back. Don't worry, guys. Hold on. I'm getting this figured out. This is really like a test stream about me doing this more, and so y'all gotta bear with me. Now I'm using my vertical monitor to try to piece it all in there. Ooh, I think I just got it. Though I think there should have been a button I could have just used to fit it. All right, now the webcam's got to get. Oh no, crap! Still had my display set on it. Now I think I have the webcam lower. Okay. All right. Test stream. Yep, that's what we're calling it. Love the traffic light. I do too. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's got a little sequence board hooked up to it to make it cycle. I got a couple of videos on that. Let me move that real quick. Let me find the videos. Which video would y'all want to watch, man? We can watch a bunch of. Actually, you know what, dude? Since we're talking about applied information, they got a bunch of cool videos there, and one of the units that we use a lot. Let's just watch their
41
videos.
years, and I was fire chief for 18 years. Numerous times I had vehicles.
Hold on. Now I got a different thing going on. Is my headset not plugged in or something? Or is my audio all the way down? No. Oh, shoot. Speaker and Osmo Action 4. No, that ain't right.
police officers.
Okay, there it goes.
Numerous times I had vehicles struck. I worked for the city of
So this
Marietta,
is
Georgia
their
for 41
glance unit.
years, and I was fire chief for 18 years. Numerous times I had vehicles struck. They're out of service for a year or more while they're being repaired. A crashed vehicle is just a major problem for any
this is one of the units and I can show you all in one of my videos shortly.
Applied Information is a traffic technology company.
I do agree with you. I didn't
the
know
main focus of my area is emergency vehicle preemption. We are giving fire apparatus, police officers, and EMS personnel green to the scene. So we change the traffic lights green in advance of an approaching emergency vehicle, flush the traffic out of the way before they get there, and safely stop all of the opposing approaches to give the emergency responder a clear intersection and a safe intersection as they respond to an emergency. Wheeling and Applied Information have developed a wonderful partnership that is going to take advantages of both technology and give the responders just more than,
we always
in my mind,
have
1 + 1 =
Temple typically
3.
comes in behind us after
what I
we
call
install
the chaos
the
in the
system.
cab. So taking the
and let me go. Let me just take this off real quick. Let me look. But we'll install their system, and I should have made another video on it not long ago, but Temple comes through and does.
Hey, we're here at Pass Road, and it's supposed to be the opening day of this intersection. So, timing. Now the city really needs to be adding in the vehicle.
That right there at the very top here, you can see the cursor on it. That's their glance unit from Applied Information. Then on the top of the cabinet,
cool times, but the pedestrian
really shown on it as an antenna, which I got different videos installing those as well. But as an antenna and a GPS and everything, and you can connect to it with your vehicle. And I say as your vehicle, it's a certain unit you got to buy and hook up to your vehicle, and then as you drive through, you can activate it, and it'll do the same preemption as an Opticom would for the most part. But to their benefit, it like links up to multiple intersections. So if you got an emergency vehicle going, eastbound, and you got to run full of a bunch of traffic lights, it'll kind of give a little alert ahead of time and sync up, and it'll your own channel video, you should be okay. Sorry, I'm with you for sure on there. Yeah, and I have a bunch almost every time, because we'll play just like I'm sure you experience this too. I don't know what you stream, but every now and again Waco, love the place. But every now and again when we stream like Fortnite, the wife will play that. People will emote beside me, and it will pick that up as copyright and like give me not a strike, but it's usually claims. I don't even know what it would have to be to get a strike, because I've never had a strike on the channel, or even been close to really getting one on there. So I would be curious though. Maybe it would be something like they hit me with a claim, and then if I don't do anything about it, maybe it would give me a copyright strike. But I've never just uploaded a video and immediately had a copyright strike. It'll be either that revenue sharing or demonetized and whatever.
Times we can get figured out, and we can make some small adjustments to the vehicle timings as one can.
I'm just going through for the pictures.
So that if anybody is entered into the
come on, go back.
I need to.
Oh, brother. This pole right here, this pole foundation, pain in the ass. Dreadful. That one did not go good. Deleted all the footage right after doing it, but it went. I do not own the business now. Just a foreman for him, pretty much like one of their top guys in the company. People above me have the last name of the company, so. But that's pretty much it on there. I'd almost want to take a step back though and do more like the filming and just enjoying the work and everything over the, everything that comes around with being a foreman, keeping paperwork up and a bunch of different things. I heard that a lot, Mississippi Space, about the Harry Potter game doing the copyright strikes and stuff. I've heard about that a lot, especially maybe when it first came out, that they were like hitting anybody that used the footage of the video game. Nintendo Switch, I say Nintendo Switch, but Nintendo used to be real bad about that as well. Like you would have a hard time. You'd have to get like permission from them and everything to try to stream or have footage of Mario games and different games like that. And it's like, this is like free marketing, is having a person sit down, play it, enjoy it. Like, why would you copyright any of that? The same with like my videos in general too. Is if somebody pulls my videos and reposts them elsewhere or uses them in a video, it's like, why would I want to copyright somebody for that? Unless they, even if they take the whole video and like repost it, and there's been a handful of them that do it and they make good money off of it, but I still think there's like a pattern to it where the more people see my videos, the more it'll lead back to the right place, and they'll end up subscribing to the right channels and the right pages and all that. YouTube is one of the better ones about the copyright stuff, but you go to Facebook and TikTok and Instagram and stuff like that, my videos are just like ripped off and put on different pages all the time. They just, people take it, and there ain't a lot I can do on those platforms either. So hopefully it just makes viewers lead back to my actual channel and
across here.
Play.
We did have some good rain and wind come last night.
When was this? A month ago.
Some branches and stuff from their palm tree has fallen. We can pick up and kind of move out the way, kind of clean up a little bit. Little things y'all are gonna notice that we ain't got dressed up or.
Oh yeah, that's me telling them. Saw the company's truck parked in Grenada. Yeah, we just did the and I don't even think I ever stepped foot on the job, but the intersection there at the Quick Trip gas station in front of that, the new one in Grenada, we just finished that one not long ago. So that's probably the one you'd see. And we're doing work in like Oxford and areas like that as well. So we're pretty busy up north as well. I'm still doing it that way. Which is pretty cool. Bucky's has been completed for a minute now. It's been done for a while. We're done with that intersection. Haven't gone inside. I've stopped back and had to like work on the intersection a couple times. Nothing really to post, but like adjusting louvers and adjusting cameras and stuff. Cameras, we're always back out reworking stuff on those iTerrace cameras. So anytime we use them anywhere, we're guaranteed to be coming back out for some kind of call about them. Usually sun glare, or they get fried, popped, or whatever. They're pretty vulnerable. I don't like the PoE that they use, or that they use PoE instead of separating the power and communication and video and everything from the power side. It's all just powered by one Cat5 cable and issue after issue from it. But we're back out there a bunch and not really on our maintenance anymore, that one. So thank you, Allie. Yeah, so we just did get the swap over at Landon Road and Sam's Club. I've been working on that one. We did that over the past week, working nights. And lighting side, we're waiting on power for the lights. We're waiting on power for the intersection, the traffic lights, the new power. I just have a cable ran from the existing meter that was there and popped it in to power the intersection at the moment. So that intersection is up and running, but all the permanent stuff just hasn't came in yet. So I think it was supposed to ship out at the end of this week. Hopefully going to be there maybe by next week, and we're working on it because we got a lot of pedestrian work to do. The cameras and detection obviously still, but that cabinet that we did mount, the whole thing is not going to be temporary, but it's how I ran the power is like a temporary cable right now popped up in there. We're doing a couple different jobs in Oxford. I know I lost my train of thought there, but we're doing, Anthony was doing that job, so I don't know all the names of it, One's not far from like a roundabout or something that they're doing. And then I know we're trenching through a different roundabout that's going to get built soon. Right now, we got to run a conduit bank, like a few 6-inch electrical conduits, and pour concrete all the way around it, all the way across the roundabout that they're going to be building there. I'm gonna think. I wish I knew the name. I don't think it's that far from the campus, the intersection they're working on, or we've been working on. It's all kind of temporaried up right now. The Cook and Sons is working the asphalt side and doing the earth moving and everything, and we're under them on it. Yes, sir, brother. Y'all are invited at any time. Y'all come over, enjoy some food, whatever. No, I'm just kidding. Don't actually just pop up out of the blue. But anytime, I love going live, love talking and hanging out with you guys, that's for sure. Panama City, Florida here. Got sick of maintaining cameras. We've been putting loops in. Dude, I have said it over and over again. I wish we'd just go back to loops. I got to turn this fan on in here. I really hope it's not going to hurt the audio. I'm about to turn this fan on. Press it sometime or whatever. Back to it. Yeah, but same to us almost, man. We're like, the city's not happy about it. Don't really know how the state feels. It's hard to get their opinions, and I don't want to put words into their mouth. And by the city, one of the ones we're doing a lot of the cameras on right now, they're not very happy about it. All their calls, maintenance calls, which get pushed back onto us, have been about, Jovette, how's it going, brother? Has been going just for cameras, typically, traffic signal stuff, especially when you pull new cable, new heads, and all that. You typically don't have a lot of issues on the signal side and the stuff in the field. You will have issues with cabinet work, but the biggest issues has been the cameras. We just keep on going back to it. And man, when they had that edge system, I terraced their edge one where it was a coax and the power was separated. That worked so good. And I mean, we got systems we maintain, and it's never the cameras that are usually the issue. It's always like a power supply or a fuse or something, maybe lightning hit, whatever. But those cameras never had big issues. Not like this edge system, not the edge system, the Next system. The edge is the old one. Next system is the newer one. We haven't used any of the MyoVision cameras. The ones we may be trying soon, I think we actually may have a job for it, is the no traffic cameras. I think we're doing a lot of Curex stuff. It's Curex processor, different camera, but I'm pretty sure either we just want a job with no traffic ones, or we're just talking to suppliers. Let me not show too much then, but a supplier of no traffic cameras. Pearl, Mississippi's been like a demo city for a while, and they got an intersection up there. One of the engineers has said good things about it. Haven't had any issues, so we may be installing some of those soon. Javed, it depends on and he asked about the Hawk signal. It depends on the application to me if I like it or not. We did one, and I wish, you know what, dude? I can pull up Google Drive. I bet you it's on there, or Google Earth, and I bet you it's on there. It's probably actually going to tell me to do, and then see if y'all come back to it. Because I want to find hold on. I can't think of the actual intersection right now, but I'm going to show you one that I like that we did not long ago, or a few years back that I installed. Hold on now. I'm going to look for it. We're going to find it here. Let me go a little smaller on myself too, so we can see it. This classic drive, and I'm having a hard time telling even where I'm at right now. All right, 59, 49, classic drive. This has got to be classic drive in my head. Disc golf, or whatever. They got a golf course back here. want to say. Hold on, I got lost. Is it here? I wish it showed me the street name right now. I think this is it right here. How do I go to... Hold on. Yeah, I didn't really care that much about that. How do I do the... I think I have the app. Okay. Figuring it out, guys. We're figuring this out. It's actually a pretty cool way of doing it. Alright, you can't see it yet. A classic drive. We're going to be parallel with this Nissan here. So there's a blind corner right here, and they have the crosswalk going here. And maybe across here as well, but the crossing is like back here, I want to say. I could be wrong. Actually, no, there's a pedestrian head, so it would be over here closer. But you got a bad curve right here, and they had an unprotected crosswalk or an unsignalized crosswalk here, and just the drivers would be hauling butt here. It's hard for the pedestrian to kind of see both ways. It's not as good of an example as I thought it was going to be, but either way, we did 2 foundations and 2 mast arms for it. And this one I like because it just stops people back here further, and it's a corner where you can't really see, and back here as well. Now, if we're talking about the fact that it's a dark signal head and you're not technically supposed to run under a dark signal head, should they do something different, like make the yellows flash all the time, or there's different things I guess they could do with it, because technically by the law on most states, if you are traveling underneath a dark signal head, that is the same as running a red light or running a stop sign or whatever. You'd have to stop and then go. Or if they just the green indication would show that they just probably wouldn't want a green indication there. A normal pedestrian traffic signal, surely that location could get a... if they opened up like this road, and actually this just may be a driveway at this point, or pipeline road. Yeah, never mind. It's just like a back dirt road. If that road was open, I'd maybe agree. Oh, this is before our Hawk signal. We put in... I think the neighborhood goes back here. Yeah, there it is. So you got a big neighborhood entrance or walk through pathway. So they walk out of that neighborhood and come through. So it's only a pedestrian travel here. Which I guess you're just saying like 3 section heads you would like. I had a cop sit on the intersection with me, and they still blow by. Yeah. It doesn't look like a good area for that Hawk signal. Either way, what happened here too, this was funded, these people here in this neighborhood, whatever it's called, I can't read that backwards, but they're the ones, it's a fancy neighborhood, we'll say, and they put up a good amount of donations to fund the Hawk signal, so they got it. Y'all have any like cool intersection ideals to look at? Actually, in my head, like what intersection near y'all would y'all want me to go look at? I wouldn't go Google Earth it. Okay, yeah. If you're talking about like blank out signs and stuff, so that is one I would love. Yeah, I am with you on the Hawk signal. Again, the it being dark, if they or maybe had more clear signage, that one's all blurry there, but I'm just kidding. Yeah, I guess you'd have to add the green indication or something like that to it. Yeah, go ahead. So just let me know if I can. Let me try to see if I can figure out like just an intersection. Probably enter in like coordinates in this thing and go to it. Trying to think of like a good stretch we've done I wonder if this shows like the updates to Woodrow Wilson yet on it. What is I'm feeling lucky supposed to do? Oh, snap. We just ended up in Greece, fellas. I would actually love it. Look, right at a roundabout, feeling lucky, and it drops me at a roundabout? Dude, get out of here. Oh, man. Alright, it kind of looks like a nice roundabout. Oh, dude. I'm saying dude a lot. It shouldn't be. Look at this. I want to go to the to like Italy and areas like this. This stuff looks so freaking nice. Oh, up there, I bet you the view up top of there. All the mountains, like mountains on a coastline. You get the mountains and you get the coastline. GeoGuessr is fun if you've never tried it. I have never tried it, and I don't know if I'd be great at it. Can you see my work boots? They're in the truck right now. How's it going, Siren? They're in the truck right now, but it is the Georgia work boots. I know I made a video on them a while back, and I got the guy to free stitch in the liner, and they're holding up good. I like them again on it. Again, that was like out of the box. Those Georgia boots were the best that I've ever just like put on my feet. Didn't have to break them in. Didn't have to really do much of anything. You know, my like feet didn't hurt right after. I put new insoles into every boots, so I did do that. But like, there was no break-in period or any of that with them. And then it was like 2 weeks it took for that dude to fix them. And I went and bought a pair of Ariats in between that time. Yeah, right. I mean, it probably auto did that. Maybe on there. Hopefully it worked out better. But those Ariats were like killing my feet. I returned them things right after, just on the boot topic. And this is Italy, huh? Or yeah. I somewhat know my. Okay, never mind. I just ended up in China here. Let me go back. Oh man, we're all crooked. I don't know how to use Google Earth on the computer very well. I like to just like. What I can do, let me think here. Well, we're going over to Woodrow Wilson and Jackson real quick. Get ready, guys. It's a little scary here. Have they updated it yet? Oh, man. Oh, I don't know where I'm going. It's hard to tell. The roads all look like crap still. Oh. Well, doesn't look like it's the new stuff up yet. No, they still got the banners and everything. Let's see, where's 5 points? Dang, dude. The Google vehicle needs to drive by, but this is what the span intersection looked like before. It'd have been cool. Let me go back. I think, maybe my fat self. No, I don't think I was fat at the time. I think I'm on the Google Earth car. Caught me here whenever I was doing a project down here on I-110. Y'all done just got me on Google Earth now. I hope I'm going south. Ah. Haha, it did. This is before Before really doing much TikTok. I guess TikTok I was, but not a lot of YouTube videos. Oh, look, that's me right there. Why they blur my face out? Chubby ass. Oh, man. I had to rent that thing. You know what I had to do? Turn around and take it. Actually, we may have been pouring concrete that day. MMC's truck here, or not MMC's, Landmark's truck there. Look, dude, I'm able to bring back memories. Oh, come on now. I want to see right here if this is all cut out and like ready to go. I see the unistrut mounted on it. So I think we were ready to pour. One of these days we came back out here though. Hey, brother, Eduardo, thank you. Is boot swapping at work? Have you ever swapped work boots with anyone at work? I don't even know if I've given anybody a pair of work boots, but I do have one. We do have one guy that's like all about if you ain't got a pair of boots, he'll give you one for the most part. Or if you fit his feet, but he got like some small feet, like size 9s. Here we go. This is after we re-poured. There's our pool box. We had a sign we had to mount here and a flex pipe. Had to go underground here, connect onto. Don't love the look, but it's a 2-inch and this right here. It's a flex pipe up and it connects. I think I can go into the southbound lanes or northbound lanes. My bad. Oh yeah, McGee over here working. Different times though. So I had to pop up here, and we got some flashing chevron signs we did all the way across. This guy here and a radar we mounted up on this sign. It'll get blurred, yeah. Wonder I could probably get back far enough, but the radar, ew. Damn, look at that bald head. Damn, dude. So I got a haircut like not long ago. And that's what they said. They said my hair's thinning. And that picture right there, it looked pretty thin right there on the top. Well, sooner or later, I'm going to have like a big old bald spot here. That's going to be funny. My wife's going to love me then. Oh, yeah. This is the last truck I had, but we took this bed off and put the utility bed on it. This had that, is it called a deck system? And you pull it out, awful. Hate it. Don't ever bother. Waste your money on a deck system. Try to think here. That's the MDOT guys. One of them over there. You can't see her face, but she'll run a crew. I tell you what. I think she don't work with Landmark anymore, but dude, she was running them guys. You know, I can't actually. I can't say what I want to say. You know, she was nice. I'll say nice, but she knew how to crack the whip, if you know what I mean, like in a non-racial manner. like she can get some work out of people. You know, I'm a change topic on it. Let's go look at this sign. So this one, and I actually last time we drove by it, I didn't see that these were working. So, and I'm just talking to myself at this point, but I didn't see that these were working. This one here, we just constantly had flashing, and it was out of this cabinet. We mounted this cabinet. I guess we were pouring concrete at that time. But we have a cabinet here, pretty much a whole signal cabinet enclosure, and put just a click 112 relay and a click 600 on the Wavetronic side and hooked it up to a radar that is now mounted out here. This was fun. Got to scale out here, come all the way out here and just crawl out here. I 100% had my harness on. Most of the time. But mounted a radar here, and it picked up an advanced one. And it would pick up people like right in this zone as they come up over the incline or the hill right here. The downgrade, the slope, whatever you want to call it, it picks them up in just like a little area. And if they were going like over 10, it would, or over 15 miles an hour, around 15 miles an hour to 30 or so, it would sit there and flash. So that was how that one was activated. Pretty cool. They also put something I haven't seen, because it comes down here, and this is a super sharp turn. As we drive down here, y'all will see. Keep on driving, keep on driving. Oh, this is fun too here. So Biloxi, Mississippi is where we're looking at right now. All of this had to be jackhammered out for this barrier wall. And they had to go like 2 foot wide, and try to tear up all the road underneath it till it was dirt. There was almost 4 foot of asphalt. They took down the concrete, and it was like a foot of concrete, and then like another almost 3 feet, 2.5 feet to 3 feet of asphalt below that in layers. So Biloxi's an old city. They just been, overlaying and just layering it down over and over and over again. And they just mill a little bit, overlay a lot, mill a little bit again, overlay a lot. So it was a huge chunk of asphalt. What McGee Construction, when they tore all that out, they were like, oh yeah, it's gonna take 1 day to demo. It took like 2 weeks for them to demo everything. I mean, I wouldn't say that they just covered up, broken stuff. So like a big example after Katrina, and there's a way to go back on dates in here, but this bridge right here, this is the Ocean Springs Biloxi Bridge. Maybe able to see it from the beach a little bit better. But this entire bridge got destroyed in Katrina, and I don't know, you can even go back far enough. This was in October 2015. Dude, I know there's a way to do it on mobile. I'm not as good on this. But that whole bridge was taken out. That stretch from here, it was more or less a straight shot bridge with a drawbridge on it for ferries and other things to go through. They had the drawbridge on it, which was a big inconvenient thing. But Katrina washed that entire one away and like made it crumble into pieces. And this is what was the replacement of it. So that was nice. I'm gonna try to think of a better upgrade too. Obviously, the beaches got worked on and they got funding and money off of it. I will say, the 3i. See, that's what. Go back to it. Show your location. Yeah, I'd love to show my location. Oh, no. Hold on now. Okay, it's showing mine. I thought it was about to send me to my freaking house. All right, let's click back in real quick. And I've done it. This is how I found out, like, what year when we had somebody just dump concrete. 3 dots, report a problem. See more details. Oh, yeah, look at this. December 2007. The bridge was done. It was very important. Or I guess they're doing some construction for it. Still had some of it closed down in 2007. I mean, you think about it, 04, I want to say, or 05. Okay, so they had half the bridge done at this point. I guess there wasn't nothing before. Could just look. Come on. Let's try to look. Here's like a good picture of it. Katrina did a hell of a number on the Mississippi Gulf Coast. I mean, New Orleans got a lot of attention from it, but I mean, we took the east side of the storm and it wrecked a lot of Harrison County and Jackson County area, Hancock as well. What New Orleans suffered from was a lot of was them levees. The levees fell in, or they released the levees, however, but they broke, and when they failed, that whole fishbowl of a town just got underwater. Party at the house, brother. You know, I feel like I could play like some music on here, but probably, I mean, I would just play like Clark X or something like that. One of the guys I know, I can use their music for copyright stuff too. But this thing got just wrecked, and you could tell. See, it was like a straight shot with the drawbridge in there. And this used to be just like the fishing pier. I don't think they ever even connected. That's the railroad bridge on the further end. That one survived. That thing still looks old as crap, but they run trains through that thing all the time. Remember it like it was yesterday. I was pretty young during Katrina though, so. And then we left. My father had to stay for that one. I'd say pretty young. I mean, school age and everything. Somewhere in like middle school or something like that, I think. Oh, one you're gonna like a lot is the President Casino. Two different casinos that I'll show you in Biloxi that, I mean, after Katrina, insane. Like, you wouldn't believe it. This right here, the casino, that thing, I picture at the time that, yeah, no, right. Let me try to get it in there. Oh, okay, this is actually a good way to show it. So all casinos had to be on a barge in Mississippi before Katrina. So you have this somewhat big casino at the time, and we call this Broadwater here, but this area is still here. This land and everything's drawn on it, but obviously no casino is going to build on a barge on the coast anymore. They allow them after Katrina. They flopped on them too. They said the casinos have to be on a barge prior to Katrina, so it's like the same as the ones on the Mississippi River. They're pretty much on a boat on the river. It's like, you step onto that, technically you're not on like U.S. property, however they want to consider it, so you can gamble. Well, after Katrina, they flopped on that real quick, and they're like, never mind. And so that was before, and I want to show y'all a good after. But this thing, so you had like 20 foot of storm surge, and it just got it entirely picked up and in a different location. I think it crushed like part of a hotel or something too. This was a different casino, I want to say here. I don't think, yeah, this one was in the President Casino. This one's really cool. So the state got to blow this one up because it was just blocking the highway. It was right there on the highway. Which one is this? Floating casino barge. Maybe it's a part of it. Somebody's saying the President Casino. What am I on? Reddit now? Ew. That was my favorite one to waste money at. All right, so maybe part of the barge or something like that of the President Casino. But they got to bomb that one, and they demoed it by blowing it up. That was really cool because the state came out there, and at first when they called them, or like, was telling them the plans, that they were calling it's not MGM, one of the casino companies, the one that owned this, and told them, I think that's the Grand in the Island View parking lot, possibly. You're probably right. On there, back to the story. The state called them, told them, said, hey, we're about to blow up your casino because your barge is in the middle of the Highway 90, the most important like highway running along the coastline there, and we can't get our vehicles through. And they pretty much told the state, you can't do that. We didn't expect this. All the money is inside of it. And then the state gave them, like, it may have been 2 days or a day or so to get all the money out of it. But they just had to come bring, like, truckloads and truckloads of people and vans or whatever to just start loading up all the money that was inside of the casino. And this was, like, slot machines with coins in it. So you had a lot of coins at the time, like cash in it. it wasn't like little redeemed tickets and stuff at the time. So then after they did it, and we may be able to find MDOT blowing up that barge. Yeah, okay, thank you. Alley Cat, dude, you're on the money. This one says the Grand Casino, the barge from the Grand. Watch this thing. This might get
horn signals a 5-minute warning.
Yeah, they had like a day. I think MDOT gave it 2 days. So come get your shit and get out, and we're blowing it.
Not here. 30 seconds. All safety measures are ensured for the citizens and, of course, for the people that are doing it.
They safely
the
demoed
Grand
it and
Casino
everything too.
barge
Like
stood
they didn't have any
proud
issues.
for years. In a matter of seconds.
Oh, they got stereo or something. Dude, looks awfully familiar, huh? Looks awfully familiar, huh? All right, let's not. I'm not going into conspiracies.
Enjoying our amenities, and now this is the aftermath of it.
The Grand was the first to set up in Gulf. It's reduced to rubble.
It's forever changed the coast.
That's pretty freaking awesome, though.
People were here, visitors were
way back in the day, too. We were on the project of it. I didn't work for the company at the time, but the bridge in Divergent from I-110 to... They had to demo it. They used TNT on that one, too. And it was...
our amenities, and now this is the aftermath of it.
The Grand was the first to set up in Gulfport. It represents the beginning of a major industry that has now taken a big hit.
Maybe this time next year to see people once again down here enjoying the Mississippi Gulf Coast and returning to visit to see something totally different.
Yeah, I pretty much want to work with
Highway 90 West open as quickly as possible. We're told that could take up to 2 weeks. In Gulfport, Sally Pitts, WLOX News.
Looks awfully similar.
It's reduced to rubble.
We ain't doing conspiracies, I guess. One day I'm gonna go live and we're gonna like deep dive into conspiracy theories, and that's gonna be cool. I would find it fun. I don't even know what I can say on certain topics though without getting in trouble. I feel like a conspiracy theory live wouldn't go very well. Matthew, how's it going, brother? We're watching MDOT take out
the Grand Casino
barge
for years. In a matter of seconds.
3, 2, 1.
After Katrina.
It's reduced to rubble.
Reduced to rubble. I'm gonna give them a like. Good job, WLOX. We're about to start. Let's not go. Yeah, brother. Yeah, a certain event 25 years ago. It looks exactly like that, for sure. When it came down, I mean, we could watch that, huh? Do you think bikes and maybe scooters need their own signal? There's a lot of places, if you have bike lanes, around Mississippi, there are certain areas that will have them. But I don't think we do any signalizations for the bike lanes typically in Mississippi. But a lot of places... yeah, that's some for sure. But there's a lot of places that will have like bike lanes or bike detection. They'll even have like or bike signals, and they'll even have detection. Some of them will move like buttons higher for people on bicycles to reach, and then they'll have the pedestrian button lower for the pedestrians to go. Matthew, I appreciate your video so much. Thanks to your videos, I've taught my kids who just learning to drive how to stop at lights, property, and why. And dude, 100%, like multiple reasons why I started, but that was one of the big ones, like educate people on what they're driving by every day and seeing. This dude with the blood on the face, I gotta just back up off of that. Let's look at other things. Yeah, I'm with you, Joe, but it doesn't look like anything 25 years ago. But then also, you know, there's just not a lot of like information on what we do, and there's nothing to look up and like get an example out of it. Where hopefully my videos are helping other technicians, helping other people that are getting into the line of work, and you know, the whole 9 yards to or inspire other people to get into this line of work. Hopefully the videos are doing that as well, and that's why I'm definitely enjoying it. And you know, it's fun to make the videos. I get to talk to y'all, and it's also, I don't take any money from like sponsors or anything like that. The only sponsor really got is our Lord and Savior. But and you know, maybe other companies in the near future, but not ones to sell to y'all, because I'm not like trying to sell y'all anything. If anything, I need to be making like merch to sell y'all, like these vests and hats or something like that. That'd be a good thing, because a lot of people request that. But you know, I want y'all to feel like you get value out of either watching the content or value out of, you know, if I'm selling something. I don't want to have a company tell me, hey, you know, promote a product, but I don't use it. Well, I can't promote something I don't know or don't use. Yeah, I agree. A good t-shirt or, you know, the vest I think would be great, because people would need this, especially if I can get it affordable. When I go to Applied Information's place, that they said they got people that could definitely help out with that. And again, I don't want to make a lot. Like I like that the content makes money, and I can make some extra money and which invest back in, or you know, whatever too with it. But I'll make money off the videos. I don't want to like I would try to keep any kind of merch like profits as low as possible, so y'all would get the best deal for the best brands too, or the best products of it. Like I like this type of vest, and I would want y'all to have this kind of vest. I don't want some cheap vest that's going to come straight from China, drop shipped, and it only costs $3 to make, but gonna sell it for 25, and you know, whatever. I don't want that kind of crap going on either. I want it to be quality, which is probably the main reason why I don't have anything, because that's just like hard to add on top of the schedule I already have. Yeah, dude, heck yeah, man. And that's the big thing on it, because it's hard for me to always answer all the questions or talk to the people that need help and stuff like that. I used to do it all the time, where people would reach out and be like, hey, I'm having issues with this traffic light or this pedestrian crosswalk or this system, or hey, you know, I'm wanting more information about this. And I still always try to email back and respond back to that stuff. But that's getting a lot more difficult to do, because that's pretty time consuming. Plus, you know, try not to invest all my time into it, because got work, got family, got, you know, everything else around it. If I'm just reading the whole time, then that's not like my preference of the day. I don't want to be reading and try to respond to everything. Where what I do instead is I try to take those questions and like kind of include it into videos. If they miss the video, or if they're only watching on a different platform, well, I guess that's on them. But it makes it raise awareness, where like, okay, I know people have these kind of questions. Let me try to answer that in a video, and maybe the work vlog we're doing, or one of the ones that are going out on the weekends more than doing, and things like that. I think something needs to be done about making lights, especially yellow lights, more visible against the sun. So yes, Mortal, they use the visors work pretty well. Like that head behind me, it has visors. But when you have like direct sunlight, when you got a road traveling east and west directly with the sun, then you do get like a hard time seeing the lights, depending on the direction you're going in the morning or in the afternoon. But they have long visors they can use. Louvers, I don't think would really help for sun glare. I think that would maybe even make it worse, possibly. But the long visors could probably help and kind of like contrast a little better on the light itself. But visors and back plates, when you got a road going east and west and lining up with the sun, the visors are pretty It's why the lights on that certain argument. Yeah. That too in the have you seen that? Did they show their flat LED bulbs? I haven't. Let's look it up. Japan's new traffic lights. If I know anything, it's probably gonna be pretty good with Japan stuff. Well, I don't think they probably do have a different book or whatever, but I don't think they have anything to do with the MUTCD. So they can get away with a lot of stuff that we can't. Ours traffic lights are regulated pretty much as the somebody. Well, this is Japan. I guess that's gonna be all different, anyways. I wonder what China's is like, but yeah, how they do this. I'd actually want to collect one. That's pretty cool looking, I think, in my head. And it could be touched up. I mean, one over here shows, oh, whenever I'm just looking at the picture different. I think they got them all to go in the same direction, trying to keep it uniform is what it looks like. I'm trying to think of another. Malaysia, I think, is one of the ones that have some weird lights. Oh, look at this. Hopefully y'all can see this. I know the chat thing is probably right in the way. A UFO style. Dude. Okay. I mean, this is pretty cool. Oh, this is one of the last of it, though. They're going to start tearing them all down. I would love one of these. This would be cool as hell. How far out do you think Japan's news signals have? Oh no, I'm gonna get right back to your question on the. Is this what doesn't have visors? I don't know. That one was. And there's different tech to. I mean, there's probably ways they can make it reflect a little different from the lens. Also, when we do mast arms and stuff, we never try to have like the signal head perfectly level or roll it back at all. We always try to face it, like roll it down a hair on the mast arms and stuff, and that kind of helps too with sun glare. Oh, dude. Oh, okay. So it's like a whole just. Okay. I wonder how that's got to be easy to install. I wonder how the cables hook up though. Maybe probably the back side. I'd like to see the back side. I bet you the back side has something that can pop out where you can wire up the head. But that looks thin. Oh, my bad. Let me go back to, there's a question. Oh, AI driving cars. How far out do you think we are from a fourth white light for AI driving cars? I hope we don't really implement that for the most part in there, because it's autonomous driving, and especially in like populated areas, it just doesn't seem to work well with when you have human drivers on the road as well with you. Like, it can't make every prediction. What you would, and I don't really want this in the U.S. either, but if the infrastructure was designed for the self-driving vehicles, and then the autonomous system was like set on that grid, and it would have to have updates constantly, but every self-driving vehicle is like interlinked with each other. Like, you wouldn't have an issue between Tesla and Mercedes and all of them if they were all like connected together and they just like knew the patterns of driving and like the most efficient process to getting around. But you just couldn't have human drivers at the same time if you got like AI driving cars and stuff like that. They're going to do it, but I think there's going to end up being issues where accidents and safety issues are going to happen more, where regulations will come into play, and we'll see how the back step goes. Let me get back. Let me try to look. Trying to look at all the comments here. We lived without roundabouts and was able to turn left just fine for decades. Humans are losing it, mentally checked out when driving. So I'll take AI driving any day. Do you service rail lights and systems? Not as much. No, not with the railroad company stuff. We just tie into it for preemptions. The railroad company owns that stuff. They don't typically contract it out, and if they do have a contractor, they do have contractors, but railroad companies like don't go out looking for new contractors often. They pretty much will employ contractors, if that's a weird way to say. They don't. It goes past that like government money and everything, so like, railroad companies just it's a whole separate entity almost. So yeah, if we're going to talk about roundabouts and everything, Slip brother, how's it going? Doing pretty good, man. But if we're talking about roundabouts, I got an intersection that I can show y'all that I think a big roundabout. There's two actually. I got a roundabout one that I will show y'all, but it's more or less just like a gimmick because the whole town, I've just been to the town and the whole town has it. I don't know how to roll this thing around. Hold on. Let me just look up Macomb. Some of y'all would already know, but Macomb, Mississippi. It's on the south side of Macomb. All right, get out of here. This guy right here. I've worked on it, reinstalled it. I'll tell you the work we did here. Our work's probably there on this one on Google. Yeah, look at this shit show. Oh, that FYA is turned again. Drove me insane. We had to do louvers here because of the amount of cross traffic. Let's just backstep real quick. All right, so we're on whatever highway. You got an approach over here on this corner that y'all can see. An approach over here with this white Ram. That's not for the opposing here going across. Got an approach here. So you got 1, 2, 3. And if we're not counting left turns, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 approaches at this traffic light. And they got big strain poles, obviously, but they got a span wire running across here and a span wire from here over back to this pole. And they had nothing but they had a bunch of 3M heads, those real heavy ones that you can do the cross traffic with. And then we had to put louvers here, and we fought with these louvers for so long. Yeah, I mean, it was the end of the project, and I was out here with the engineer, and finally it was like, man, can you put some longer visors on there? I like how they've held up, though. I took some old visors out and made them directional to the site that we didn't want them to see, and then self-tapped them to the louver itself, and did that on a couple of them. Dude was happy with it. I was like, all right, whatever you want, man. I'm good with it. But it's very important that you can't see the cross traffic here. And this was a pain. The only thing we didn't have to louver was this FYA and this crooked ass FYA right now. But I tried to raise this up higher, and there is so much stress on this span wire that's going across. Couldn't get it up much higher than it is. It's still high enough. It's like 17 something. Big Goated, how's it going, brother? Yeah, we just did some long angled visors in Jackson on that Woodrow Wilson project that look a hell of a lot better than this, obviously, and the louvers setups. I liked them a lot, and that I would always prefer. Now the louvers are a little more adjustable and a little, you can, like, this approach is too hard. Like, you would have to use the louvers over the longer visors, almost double up with it. It's just that cross traffic. You got this stop bar and this stop bar right next to each other. But back to it, I guess the whole conversation started off about this being a big roundabout. Now, I think they would have to take out, this is like a Church's Chicken here, and this might be an auto zone. If I remember correctly. Advanced auto, same thing. Dude, some good ass fried chicken right there, dude. That's some good fried chicken. We didn't have to do the keep right signs. There was something else they had wrong. I know they had some of these wrong. That looks like if that approach comes through, they may have fixed that. Yeah, well, look, let me just say it like this. We were working nights on this project, and they would close at like 10 p.m. maybe, but 9 p.m. and we're working, and they would just serve fresh chicken. But here's the secret, Joe, that they sell pickled jalapenos, whole pickled jalapenos, and you can buy them in a cup by the dozen, I want to say, for like a few bucks. So take their chicken, and you got their fried chicken, bite off a little bit of that jalapeno pepper, drench that chicken in the juice, eat the pepper, and then eat the chicken. It's delicious. And they got honey butter biscuits. Look, man, I'm a fat dude. Same, man. And they got like the whole entire jalapeno pickle thing, or being pickled like that, delicious. And you put it all over the chicken. It's good that way. And maybe it's like a blueberry honey butter or like a honey butter biscuit that they have there. It's good. But I am with you. It is just some fried chicken. And they would have to, in my head, damn near take it out if they did a roundabout here. But I think this would be better to be one big roundabout. This gas station kind of sucks anyways. They can take that thing out. What is this thing here? My inspector, he would be sleeping over in this parking lot the whole time. Passed out. I'd leave him, and the next day he would be like asking me, "Hey man, when'd y'all get off?" And I was like, "What time did you wake up?" Oh yeah, KFC's got some good biscuits too. Popeyes, the flavor of the biscuit's really good, but man, it'll choke you up. Try to think of what else. Well, this project, and man, I made like TikToks at the time, I think, whenever I was doing this project, so there wasn't much to it. But we had to upgrade FYAs. See, there we go. That one looks so much straighter. Look at these finned back plates we got on them. But we added this approach, this left. Oh, we added the FYAs to both sides. This one already had, this left turn lane already had a Type 7 here, a doghouse on it. So I think we had to add a 3-section head, one of these two, and then the FYA, and pull a new cable. And this one, we just had to pull a new cable to and do the FYA. And then we had to cut a loop here. I'm going to try to see. Yeah, you can see. Ooh, it's still looking good. Nah, man, I'm just looking on Google Earth. But we cut this loop, tied it into the pull box that was going back. They called for us to pull a cable, but they ended up having like a 4 conductor in there that we just tied the other side to. Don't think I had to do a new cabinet. No, that's an old cabinet. So yeah, this one, all these have an old, majority of them have like an 8-phase cabinet. So I had to rewire the backboard and put for using the pedestrian channels as overlap channels on it. But it worked out just fine. FYI is here. That next intersection is the one we just showed you, and we're about to go through this whole project. See, I'm surprised y'all are into this. I done clicked off already. This intersection right here, I think is one. Nope, not traffic lights here. Where's the other one? There's one where it's like a small little area road. Or just like the access road or something. Oh, I'll show y'all something else that's kind of cool here. All right, this one's definitely one. This don't have the gas station here. What? All right. I'm going the right direction, huh? Okay, here's the gas station. So this has to be the next intersection that we did. Oh, man. Now it just wants to freeze up on me. That's not the gas station either. All right, I'm just losing my mind here. Here's a gas station. Crooked intersection here, but this approach is not on the phase of it. We had to add an FYA here. I want to show y'all this cute little cabinet we got to install. But we did all new heads on this one. I think pretty much most of the intersections we did all new heads. Some of them were still good and they didn't do it. I think MDOT just had like a good chunk of change of money on the overlay project because we were supposed to do nothing but loops on it. they swapped it to cameras. I'll show you those real quick. That's kind of how we installed them. Really don't like these. Don't like the vectors, especially these radar camera combos on a extended pole out, and try to get them over in the intersection more. They end up getting like cross traffic pretty bad on there, and we'll pick up random stuff. And then we did radios and like stop bar cameras throughout it too. But let me see if I can get on the other side of the road. Nope. This cabinet, so MDOT specs out a cabinet to fit the foundation, to fit everything on it. Well, wants it to be an older cabinet because they don't have any room for expansion, and they wanted it was cheaper this way, but they wanted a full size enclosure. And this is what they got. Instead, Temple sent us this, and I was like, that ain't gonna fit in the foundation. You know that, right? Like, that's not even close to the right size. And so we had another one ordered, ready to go. It was about to get built. We were going to throw this here to like close out the project. The engineer was good with it. And then we were either going to go swap the cabinet and take this one back or give it to the state, and they were going to kind of like pay us a little bit for it. Either or, mounted it, get it all hooked up, and it's like, hey, it's working good. And they're fine, and they never wanted to change it. So now it looks a little goofy on that foundation, but it works great. These heads look pretty good. A bucket guy doesn't work with us anymore. That was in this area. I'm trying to think of where the next one. There's a wooden pole one coming up soon too. This one don't got a light. It's a big field. I have a solar panel. I think it's right here in this. Yeah. You're gonna like this telecommunication. So I got this little cabinet here. This time I did it right too. Solar panel that hooks up, and then it's 2 radios, but they're using it as a I gotta think of the name. It's kind of the same as like a repeater, but all the other radios. So this was too far from this intersection down, from the next intersection down here to the next one going this way. The angles and the tree lines, they couldn't really do a good line of sight between it. So right here at this intersection where they're trying to get telecommunications, it had to come and hit this radio. It's hooked up down here, and so these IPs are not really tied to an intersection because it's just trying to pick up here, and that connects. Then this radio sends it back to this one, and vice versa. They communicate with each other all the way back to this is the wooden pole intersection. So you'll see the radio. This radio we have going that way. I think we got, oh, you know what? So it's not even at this intersection. It's the next one down. We'll have another radio pointed back to that wooden pole. So it was able to get extended that far. Those radios go pretty far for telecommunications. Wireproof ones. Oh, you know what? My stuff's here. Oh, we did. This right here, let me tell you. On this project, we had to... Oh, I just removed the traffic lights. On this project, though, we had to raise all the span wires, and this one was hanging pretty low. I guess I should have tightened up that tether while I was there. But man, I went up higher with the eye bolt because these things were at like 15.5 at the time. It was something low. It was too low to begin with. And then we had the FYAs, and that added another foot to it. So I went higher with it, and I was pulling on... I had to come along on this one, pulling on this, and I could just like hear both the poles cracking and creaking every time. And I was like, a couple more clicks and a couple more cracks. And when it would start cracking more and more, I would like loosen up a little bit. But that span wire is pretty tight going across. Fun work. This little cabinet here, I added this LB and did a PVC riser up, but I just put my cable in there. That was for all the radars, radios, or cameras, radios, and the FYA Just a single one out there had a 5 conductor. We had to pull a new one too. This other LB like broke off, and there's a giant hole in the bottom of that cabinet. They were not paying us to fix it. We did not fix it. Is this one Wendy's? Yeah, it worked here too. This was an easy intersection to work on. This is already a 12 phase or a 16 channel cabinet, so we were able to just add these FYAs. We just had to change these to types from the doghouse to the flashing yellow arrows. Nah, not often. I'll show you a place we did do the yellow striping on. This is the intersection for this on-ramp. This is where all the communication comes back to and ties in. We had to put the FYA up. I think they already had an 8 conductor, or we pulled a new 5 conductor. This is one of my videos I have here too, showing how to use that police access panel and the pickle button. Oop, gotta go back. Yep, so this is a box, and I think C-Spire is tied into it as well. And then we got a beefy network switch in there, and a modem device that, and then all this is tied back to AT&T's line. Either their telephone line, it's AT&T or C-Spire, but their telephone line or their fiber, it's all tied back to their fiber. I believe that's here. And that's how it kind of communicates. So all those telecommunications like come back through, got a radio here on an extension. It's able to connect back to every radio on that line of sight or on that run, or at least to the repeater where that's bouncing back to it. Then it ties into this cabinet, and it ties into the network. And then now the state can kind of access everything at these intersections. That they can adjust the cameras if they need to adjust them. They can change the settings in the controllers. They can do pretty much anything in the cabinet that doesn't take removing cables to do. Let me try to think of. Man, I like going on Google Earth now. Oh, yeah, okay, so you said that, so I'm gonna not far from here. Brookhaven, Mississippi. We did this intersection at Auburn Drive. Is that right in the... Actually, I don't think this is the highway for it. Where's the 80? It's like 84 or something. I don't remember train tracks, though. I don't seem right. Unless all this has been worked. It does. Where's my little dude at? All right, nope, I'm way. That's Industrial Drive. I've done a lot of work in Brookhaven, too. I like good amount. Let me turn my little dude off so I can tell where I'm at. Brookhaven, I'm going down south. Auburn Drive's got to be right here. Yep. At the time when we first installed it, this was the longest mast arm in the state. Samuel, how's it going? We're looking at Brookhaven, Mississippi, Auburn Drive and 84. This is a 95-foot mast arm. In Pascagoula, I think the largest one we hung was a couple of 90s, good, like a handful of 85s and stuff. Flowwood has another 95. We'd once taken a 95-foot mast arm, pretty much the same setup as this. We had to redo a 42-inch foundation in Flowwood because power lines kept striking the pole during windy days, and we had to do a new foundation about 10 foot back, and then we took one of our crane trucks, our digger truck, and put it up out here, and put another one here, and 2 steps behind that one foundation, grabbed the shaft, and then one truck grabbed the arm, and just kind of extended it up and raised it up, and then dropped it back down. So I appreciate that, Samuel. Cool stuff, but a 95-foot mast arm, that typically surprises people. And we got the good old Wavetronics radars installed by yours truly. We definitely ran low on banding, so some of those only got 1 strip of banding. A lot of this stuff actually on this one's installed by yours truly. Dang, dude, somebody said something earlier, and I was about to go look at a different place that I wanted to. Oh wait, hold on. That's what we were looking at here, actually. The yellow reflectives. So yeah, these ones we had to come back. I had to come back one of the days, and this stuff sucks, by the way. I'm just gonna let y'all know. But this stuff would like falls off pretty easy. I had to come back out there and like fix it and patch it up. Why just have a vertical pole in the median rather than have a long mast arm visibility? There's multiple reasons typically. The state, when you got high speeds, they want to keep everything they can out of the medium and like out the road as far as they can, for less likely of being struck by a vehicle. And then also depends on the cost and the setup and how they would want to do it. I know if you go to like, not Florida, Texas does it kind of cool. They'll do like mast arms over the road like this, or like say a mast arm in the median, and one will come out, and one here that would like come out over here for this traffic. This one will come out here, and then they run a span in between the two shafts, and they'll hook up the side street heads to that span. That's kind of neat. That's a way to like save money and lower costs down. But there's a lot of reasons in the setup and say future expansion. So like here, they expect for this road or for a road to be built, I want to say. I don't think we ever built a mast arm, but they have room for it. Yeah, there's future expansion's a big reason for some of the stuff they do too. Yeah, common in Texas, what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm pretty sure last time I was in Houston, that's where I saw it a lot. Oh, just since we're right here looking, they got some pretty good biscuits in there. But appreciate you for, I don't even know, my notification, nothing even popped up right there. Just a sub. Appreciate you, brother. Let's see here. What we about to go look at? Let's think about it. Oh man, I wanted to show y'all. It's like Alexandria, Mississippi, I think. No, not Alexandria, Lexington. Yeah, Lexington, Mississippi. Let's go look at this place. I want to show y'all. Look at the center of this city. They got a roundabout. This, I wouldn't call it the safest town. I did work here. But like the capital, not even capital, I don't know what you call this, the city hall, town hall, that thing, that's right here in the middle. I tried finding good food here too, and you usually find it in the Delta. And I went to a place, and it didn't live up to the hype. But 17, it's like a big, weird looking roundabout around this town here. Sometimes I love the rustic, historic look of buildings. But like this thing, they could just demo this thing out the way. They need to clean it up. When it's unmaintained, it looks so bad so quick. That's a central square. Yeah. Oh, I guess so. I mean, a design for it. But crazy that you would even have it out here. Like, this had, in my head, this premise. Okay, well, this says 2008. Went back to this. The same in 2008. But the premise of it had to have been when Mississippi was a wealthier state. Because I just can't see this being. Because if you know anything about the Delta area, the Delta region, no good fundings, like it's poverty is pretty high out here. All of this is not the best like areas and stuff to go to. Yeah, here's some beautiful radars here at these intersections. I think we only had 2 at this one. I would not stay the night here. There's not a hotel in this town either. And by that I mean there was a Dollar General, so there was something. I think this intersection too. We worked on. Me and old Jesse then went up here and did this. That little market. They don't have a Walmart or anything. They just have the DG market. This is where, in my head, there's always a Dollar General. Good food, get to Vicksburg. Dude, we got a job coming up, Samuel, and here soon. We got like 70-something foundations we got to do, so we'll be up there in Vicksburg here soon for a good little bit. I'll have to look at the Wilmington. But we did the radars. We had to install radars. Yeah, 2 on this pole. Yeah, since this was a right turn. So typically when you do these radars, you wouldn't want it here for the obstruct, or like on this pole for the left turn for the obstructions. Like if you had a through lane here and a left turn lane, but they didn't split it. It's a split phase intersection. Dude, wouldn't recommend going into that gas station. It wasn't that bad, honestly. But for a lot of like typical people that ain't around often, yeah, I just seen my alert thing like pop up in the most random spot. Needed to pop up like and be bigger, like right in the middle. Now, if y'all did anything, all right, back to it. But yeah, so you can do it because it's just right turn split phase, and like if it picks up anything here or picks up anybody here, it's gonna give you a green light. And I bet you these radars are working still with no issues. I did this one 4 years ago, 5 years ago, probably 5, 6 years ago. There we go. I appreciate it, Patrick. See, now it's starting to appreciate your content. Thank you, man. I appreciate, or I enjoy making it for y'all. Yeah, right. Live stream showing your old signal work is gonna end up doing it more often then, huh? Nah. Maybe. I mean, I can go around to a lot of places and show you a lot of work. This is one here too. This is an old 4-phase cabinet, so it is bare bones, nothing in it. Has the old single plug conflict monitor. There ain't much anything to do in it. And of course, I think at the time, holy mother of God, Jovet. I got the interval on stealth camping. Trying to go back through now. That's the first step there. Mother of all roundabouts. I'm gonna look. I see now. Now I'm just reading the conversations y'all are having. Let's go back. I'm a little nervous something different's going to pop up when I type in magic roundabouts because that sounds a little funny. Let me type it in and see what comes up. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Okay, a lot of Disney movies popped up. Where is this at? Brother. Who came up with this? England. What, back in like horse and carriage? This makes sense with it being like horse and carriage and buggies and stuff like that. 3 of these, they like modernized them. That's insane. So is this to be used as like another roundabout? It looks like people are just driving right through this thing though. The traffic going across. Doesn't look like they're using this to kind of turn into anything, but satellite roundabouts. Some of them are signalized. See, I can understand a little bit of it being signalized too. That would be hectic. I wouldn't be a big fan of that, but I could see like if we're looking like back in time and then they just built off of it and did it for vehicles where that's something where it was like a low speed time. Looks perfect for like horse and carriage or whatever. Or Model Ts, you know, a vehicle that can't go over 35 miles an hour. Oh, this is a better picture. Kind of a better picture of it. Jesus, dude, they're trying to give me drugs right now. Talk to your doctor. Get out of here, dude. Does that thing get backed up often? Out of the darkness, I appreciate the $10 dono, brother. What'd you say? Is the controller software programmed in such a way that no one could ever make a configuration mistake or set up the lights that might cause a car accident? Or is it possible to cause an accident? So, for to say what you're saying, to actually cause an accident or like a conflict and for it to stay out there like that, it would take multiple steps. So you would have to mess with the controller, the ring structure, plus the conflict monitor and setting up permissives. It is much more likely of a tech mislanding wires and causing a bad conflict that the controller and the conflict monitor wouldn't be able to pick up because it can't see color. You know, it's blind to color. All that stuff's colorblind. It can't tell what's actually going on in the field. It's only entrusting what the signal technician has landed in the cabinet and put it together to be in the right LEDs, to be powering the right LEDs out there. So if you want the controller to do the mess up, it's so many steps where you would have to be doing it on purpose. So I'll say almost never, right? Will that be the case? That the controller or the monitor is causing that without having a crazy bug or something like that going on in the software side of it, or it getting struck by lightning and it doing something where it melted some cables maybe and it's just doing some crazy stuff out there. But it is a possibility of having a unskilled technician mislabel or misland a wire, whether it be in a signal head and be back in the cabinet when working on it. But that's why it's like super important when anytime this stuff is touched, worked on at all, for the technician to go back and recheck each approach before he leaves for work or leaves that intersection. Make sure it's running like it should be. Not just at the cabinet and not just at looking at it. Not looking at the controller and seeing that it works in the controller and works in the cabinet. They need to be in the field, either driving around each approach and checking it, making sure it still works, or so on and so on. Like they just physically got to be there making sure it works right if it's been touched by other technicians, especially the wiring side of things. But again, the software side, with what we do in America, I don't think you'd ever see it, ever have that. A dual indication, depending on how the setup, you'll have dual indications where it's like on the same head, you'll have like a red and a green or something on. Load cells will pop and typically do that pretty often. And the monitor, depends how you set it up, if you want it to go into flash for that or not. Some places don't, some places do. But it can like allow little things, but that wouldn't create a hazardous area either. Though that would be like, hey, instead of me just going straight through the green light, I'm stopping and checking myself and then driving through, but it wouldn't allow the conflict. The conflict can't happen without it almost being like a personal error, technician error. Another magical roundabout. Yeah, right. The people, there's no way the people around here could ever deal with that roundabout. Like, there's just, I couldn't see the state of I couldn't see many people, like many places in the United States, go to something like that. Man, I just thought of something. Cleveland. It's going to be, the place that I'm about to show y'all is going to be gone. Actually, so crazy news story here. Delta State University. Only reason why I'm going to Cleveland right now, or looking at it, is we've done work here too. I've worked here. I'll show y'all everything I've done. It's on this stretch of road. This project started here at this intersection. And I think all we did was radars. Me and Anthony went up there. This one probably 5, if not almost 6 years ago, more around 5 years ago, 6 maybe, that me and him went up and we did, it was an LPA project where the state kind of funded it for the city or town here, whatever you want to call them, I guess city in Cleveland, and did all the radars, but we installed here. Look at that flat signal head there. You said Japan's flat. Look at this one. No visors, flat. My email address should be in like the bio and stuff of everything. All right, so Bishop Road, that was one. We're about to redo an intersection here I want to show y'all. And then I want to show y'all a place that's very dear to my heart that's not there anymore. This is not an intersection here. Worked in a tornado at one of these guys. So it's right in front. Okay, it's got to be this light down here. There's one right in front of the campus we did here. Yeah. We did all the radars on this intersection as well. This is like Delta State University. They have some rocks back here. Maybe it's that rock right there. There's a speaker under this rock right here, and it's just blaring music. Couldn't find it for the life of us. We were just like dumbfounded that something was blaring music like in this area, and we couldn't figure out what it was. And either the rock is a speaker or underneath this rock there was a speaker and they had it set up in there. And just like, who would do this? It was 3 a.m. We're working nights because they forced us to work nights on this project too. So it's like 3 a.m. And oh, cool, dude. Wayne's gone back and had to add some cameras and radio to it since we've been here. But this, they are in the news right now because I guess a black student or man from there was found like hanging or something. I saw the news article. Hopefully it ain't nothing that's evil going on. And God bless his family and everything like that. You know, for sure that's tragic, but I don't know. We've already heard enough bad news going on lately in the world where hopefully that ain't an actual, you know, hopefully it wasn't like a person that did that to him or whatever. I think they called that thing like called it a suicide or something. But yeah, well, let me see, what did Big Gutted say there? What determines how long the yellow light should be on for the speed? Yeah, the MUTCD. So minimum is 3 seconds. Typically a 1/10 of the speed limit is what you're looking for, though. So like 55 miles an hour, 50 or 5.5 seconds. Something we'd be looking at for yellow during like homecoming time. So it was a little like I remember I was working on this pole and stuff, or working on these poles and these radars, and just remember the super quiet most nights after like 9 o'clock at night. But then we're there during like their homecoming night and they win the football game. And so like I'm working on this pole, watching a fireworks show go off. And then it's like the streets were like flooded with like drivers right after while we're working on it. Fun stuff, I guess. But again, I'm just bringing back memories now of working here. Let me see. This intersection, I think, is the one we're about to go up, and I think we won the job. It's like a rooftop taco bar. I think we're doing a mast arm intersection here soon. We'll be working on it sooner or later. Which, yeah, nah, it looks just how I remember then. There's no grass or anything, so there's maybe over here. Hopefully they do a double mast arm here. Let me think about how this works. They don't even need one out of this approach. Okay, so hopefully they do a mast arm here for this guy, and like a double mast arm here if there's even enough right of way, and get an arm out here and an arm out over here to go across for these traffic. That's maybe the best way it works. I just hope there ain't gonna be nothing right here at the corner of this bar, because there's not a lot of room and there's existing stuff in the way. And there's my hey Joe's, yeah, right. Hey Joe Vets. We tried to eat here one night. Me and Anthony tried to eat in here one night, but it It's too busy. But the funny part was I'm up in the bucket truck, you know, and it's small town traffic or whatever, so like traffic control is already kind of poor for the truck, especially with the kind of bucket truck we have. So I'm like set up halfway here and halfway in the road, working here, and there's people up here at this bar, like just hollering the whole time. It was funny. Again, they forced us to work nights, but we got out here at like 6 or 7 o'clock and was working on it, and people drinking up here, getting a bunch of goofballs. I know we had another good one. Is this the middle of the town? No. Yeah, we did this intersection, but it's supposed to be like a town square intersection or something here. Maybe I'm missing it. I think I'm missing it. This guy right here. We had one more intersection over to the side. Did the radars here, yeah, in front of the Burger King. I think it was, may have been this pole, or, yeah, in my head it had to be this one or one of these two. But we were working, and for the most part, Lewis, not like, don't have like a electrical license or whatever the company does, but that's what we do. A lot of electrical work. But there's like a tornado not far down the road, just a bunch of lightning. It's like a lightning show and like wind. So we may have worked like a 20-hour day too. We had a blowout in the bucket truck, and it's kind of a shit show. Long story short, I'm working on one of the radars, and it's like the last one at the intersection. I believe it was this one I'm trying to hang, and like tornado in the back, lightning, and my bucket truck's just getting, my bucket's like going 2 feet out from the pole and slamming into the pole. And I'm just like, there's no rain, but I want to get it done. So each time I'm just trying to, get it done as quick as possible. So I threw that one up pretty quick and made it work. But it was fun just working in that too, with the bucket truck just swinging back and forth. Oh man, I'm telling you, it was the total shift. It was about like 24 we did, and just bad luck. We get there, we start at like 3 a.m. meeting on the coast, get all the way up there. Then we have a blowout in our bucket truck. Greenville or Greenwood is like an hour away from this place, and it's the only one that has a tire for the truck. So that eats into the day, a lot of it. This is like 5 hours north as well. So that ain't the longest shift I've done, but I enjoy them though. I like the longer ones. It's better whenever you use it as the excuse to get home earlier, but trying to find this restaurant that is hold on, let me think of where I'm at. Cleveland. All right, so that's south. Got to be on this highway, huh? Is this the same highway? Or where's that road at I was just on? Dang. Okay, it's got to be here. Go down. Is it not here? No, that ain't it. Especially I can go back in time, dude. I'm about to cry. Give me a second. Let me find this place. I think I'm getting closer. This package store. Dang, dude. Man, I have a story to tell y'all, and I gotta find the place. That don't look like it. I could probably look it up on my phone real quick. Give me 1 second. I'm about to do it. Or about to find it. Does Mississippi have a Divergent Diamond interchange? We got one in Diverville, Mississippi, and there's about to be another one on North 49 and 53 at the intersection of 49 and 53. Or Duckworth and 49. Maybe 53 is staying. I think 53 is going to be the one that changes, though. Do we need popcorn? It'll be a short story, and it's about food. We'll try to see. Oh, yeah, it's definitely still closed. I swear it was off of that road, though. S. Davis Avenue. No, well, that's pretty much, I was just at it. Oh, yeah, that's it. Oh, brother, it's closed down now. Well, let's go on to a blast from the past, dude, of what it used to be. Let me zoom. I want to try to get a good view of this place. Yeah, you walked in here. You had the little buffet here, a little counter here. Fruit punch. Let me tell you right now, this is the drink options they have. They had Kool-Aid, sweet tea, water, and what's that cola company? Way back in the day, cola company. Definitely did not even get close to beating Pepsi or Coke. RC Cola. So they had like RC Cola, sweet tea, and Kool-Aid. Again, we're in Mississippi Delta, so man, just the difference it just looks at. And this right here, dang, still for sale, 2022. I think it was COVID time. It shut down. Well, I think we were there before COVID. So delicious food for the soul, the senator's place. It was an old Mississippi senator that after he retired, he just opened up this restaurant and made it was like a buffet style, but you'd walk in and there were like people behind the buffet thing that would like hand you the food or make the food. Dude, was it a thriving place one time? Look at that. They got it on a weekend. They had the crazy hours, like only open during like 11 to 3, and then they had like a Friday dinner special. Dude, I shit y'all not. I would pay so much money to come back to this place and get to eat it one more time. This was the best food damn near ever had in my life. Was at this place here in Cleveland, Mississippi, the Senator's Place. Their cornbread, dude. I talk about their cornbread all the time. Man, when I tell you, you would open up, like take a. I want to say it was like a muffin. Oh man, just thinking about the banana pudding too. Let me think about it. But the cornbread. So picture the muffin container thing. They give you the cornbread. Yeah, right. We make some great food at home, but this place has a special place in my heart. I wish it was open again. But you'd open up the cornbread, and it looked like somebody already buttered the cornbread for you on the inside. Like it would glister, I hope that's a proper term to use, a proper word to use right there. But it would like be glycering, it was like somebody already buttered it for you from the inside out. The cornbread was amazing. There was a bad dish, but I've never liked it and won't ever really. I don't like if this place couldn't make it where I would enjoy it, then obviously no place will ever make it. But beef liver was the only. I had it there. Had it a long time ago. I was like, yeah, I'm never gonna eat that again. And me and Anthony were eating here one of the days, and then he was like, man, I got beef liver up there, because we thought it was like hamburger steak at first. Like, man, I've never, and I told him, me and him were both like, I just never had good beef liver before, but if any place can do it, it's this place. And I still don't like it, but so, yeah, old people, like, I'm sure it was good. I'll tell you this was more of like the beef liver was more of like a hint of that bile taste or whatever, that bitterness that beef liver is. You'd crave liver and onions once every 10 years. Man, that is just, yeah, and that bitterness, and like, to me, it's like a bile, like, I don't know, whatever it be producing the whole time. It don't taste good, and I'm not a fan of the flavor of it. And this place couldn't make beef liver where I would like it, but I will say it was probably the best beef liver I've ever had too, and that's only 2 or 3 times I've had it. Yeah, exactly. I don't like it too much. Like, not something I'd ever go out and adventure for. But everything else here, like, they had smoked chicken one day. The smoked chicken was better than the fried chicken, which is crazy, right? Their fried chicken was still really good, and I loved it. They had the southern sides, right? Like, there may have only been 10 to 12 items on the whole thing, and then they'd give you a dessert at the end. They wouldn't let you be a pig with the dessert, because I tell you what, I'd have took a whole damn tub of that banana pudding if I was able to. But they would just have these little cups, and at the end of it, they would be like, oh, they would walk around and give you, like, you want bread pudding, you want peach cobbler, or banana pudding was like their typical things. Yeah, man. So I can't get behind the beef liver, but like, everything was just, yeah, man. I can go on for a while. I wish this dude would bring it back. This was a relic, I just imagine, look, we go back 2008, look, packed, April, August, packed. That's probably like their little town spot come to at the time. Okay, so 2021, they're still there. I do recall the breakfast buffet. We never got to eat that, because I think they did it on the weekends only. Breakfast and like dinners was like weird times. I think Friday or Thursday may have had dinner, but they were shut back down. Oh, dude, and I'm telling you, Matthew, it was like they used so much vanilla wafers, but it wasn't where it was just like a vanilla wafer thing. It was like layered perfectly to where it was like a vanilla wafer, banana pudding, lasagna almost, and then it must have been just condensed milk or something like that. But they just like layered the top of like condensed milk on the top of that thing too. It was insane. It was like almost a cake, but with layers of banana pudding. It was so good. Man, I'm telling you, Mississippi is like, if anything, if people come to Mississippi, and I'm not really talking about like the Gulf Coast. The Gulf Coast is not as much of a cultural like finding of food that's unique to stuff. Seafood down here where I do live or whatever is like really good. That you'll find good seafood, but other stuff you typically end up lacking on it. But you go north Mississippi and you go into these places in the Delta, and you go into our Tupelo or just different areas around the north side of Mississippi, and even down once you get into Jackson, Mississippi. Jackson is like so much southern soul food inside of one city that it's almost worth going to, but I wouldn't go to it. I wouldn't recommend going to it just for food, But they do have really good food places there. But that Senator's place, that place I was just showing y'all there in Cleveland, hands down, like the best food I've ever had in my life, and like hole in the wall little place. And it's not super hard to find around Mississippi, but that one's like an outlier of how good it was. Old Indianola, little town. We got in an accident one time. A dude, me and Anthony were eating this Mexican restaurant in town. I don't know where it is, but we had his truck parked in the bucket truck. I was driving beside it, and some dude just like had a seizure while he was driving on the road and came over the median. Me and him were eating and drinking beers, definitely not on lunchtime, and and come back. And then somebody like comes and pulls us to the side and was like, "Hey, somebody just hit your truck out there." And went out there. It worked out perfectly too. They were selling the truck, so the insurance money paid the amount to them that they were about to sell the truck for, and then they sold the truck for the same price still. maybe took off like a few $100s because of some dents in the bins, but it worked out pretty good. Yeah, well, Jovette, where are you from, man? Or which area are you up in? Everything. I love the like Southern culture and everything. You know, there's something about. Oh yeah, I guess you're talking about like just down on the coast or whatever, Southern food and everything. Omaha, Nebraska. Okay. I don't know as much about Nebraska as I can think in my head, but I mean, I imagine friendly people there too. But it's just something in the South that's like, I don't know. People are less offended about everything you're gonna say, and as long as you just can like sit there and crack jokes with somebody, everybody's happy to be like a friendly person to you down here. Where I just feel like you don't get that in a lot of different places. You know, obviously there's places like Jackson, Mississippi. Even then you find great people there too, or, you know, New Orleans, Baton Rouge and stuff. Louisiana is another one of them places. Like, you'll go hit up a gas station in Louisiana, and especially like this region of Louisiana right here on the Alexandria side and around here on this side. And you'll find like the best food and the friendliest freaking people you've ever met in your life are all around this area. Like Southern, old Southern Baptist women that like, maybe they're being so nice that they're assholes about it. I don't know, but they're like super friendly people over here, and they can cook some damn good food. The Gulf Coast again is kind of not the same as the rest of the state. I'd almost say it's definitely like Southern people and stuff like that, but I think it's almost a little more. It's not as like that friendly neighborhood feeling you get where a lot of these places you walk into it. And one thing, you know, I was just talking about like Indianola, but there's like still old school diners you go into, or like not even diners, but the places you go into, it's like, dude, your neighbors are in here, not mine, obviously don't live there, but I walk around and like you just see people interact with each other, and it's like these people know each other so tight in this community that when they go to the stores, you know, like you have to bump into somebody, you know, because you're in a town of 1,500 people, and you know, everybody knows each other, and you don't get that into a lot of different places in the world anymore. Again, there's outliers in the state that aren't like that, but a lot of the places you go to, it's just, you know, people that want to live their life and are definitely friendly to everybody. Like you come down to Florence, Star, Mississippi, everything down here. There's a town I'm trying to think of, Kosciuszko, Philadelphia is up here too. Did some work in, oh look, just Decatur, Mississippi. There's one intersection here. They actually upgraded it, and we lost. We didn't win the job. I did the radars on it at one point. This is a dry county. May not be dry anymore. But whenever I worked here in Decatur, oh yeah, they redid it. They got the mast arms up. They probably reused the radars we had though. Me and a guy went up in one day and did like a 15-hour shift and pulled cable, did all 4 stop bar radars. This used to be a span intersection across it with, I think it's just 2 gas stations. This may be like bed and breakfast or something over here. These trees, the old strain pole, I think that's the foundation there, and these trees were in the way of it, and I had to hack down a bunch of limbs and stuff to it. Supposedly that's a big no-no, as I found out, but they weren't too mad at me about it. Around there. Okay. I don't think Lewis, I'm trying to think of the contractor that won this one. Oh, here we are. So yeah, we did the span intersection, did the radars here, all the stop bar ones. Look, I can't even tell you all some of the stories here, but this was back when controllers were going out left and right too. Yeah, it saves a lot of money doing though too. I mean, think about it. You're not only cutting 2 poles off the job, 2 of the expensive poles off the job too, but 2 foundations. So you'll save a fat chunk of change. But this one too was kind of out the way, where we added extra money for camping, like a campground and everything into it. And this contractor was like right across the state line, and they beat us on a number. We've seen longer in today's video so far. But quiet little town. Back to it. Dry County. I'm in here. I used to drink at the time or drink more at the time whenever we were doing this intersection. Walking into here, of course, is some Indian dude. But walking around, I'm like, it's strange, a gas station don't sell beer. Then I walk across here, another Indian dude. And they don't have any beer, but I asked the dude, I'm like, well, what's up, dude? Do y'all not have any beer? You know, some Miller Lite or anything? And he's like, no, we don't. Try the gas station across. So I walk back over to this gas station. And then I learn that it's a dry county. And let me show y'all, because it's just funny. So this Decatur's in Newton County, and the city of Newton's south of it. Yeah, down here. So this is the city of Newton, I believe, that we're coming into. Here's my hotel options. I'm just trying to give y'all a little understanding of some of the places we got to stay in. Thrifty Inn. This is the options here. And again, 15 hours. And this right here, Newton City, maybe 15, 20 minutes south of Decatur. So 15, just drove another 30 minutes. This is the hotel, Thrifty Inn. I'm like, oh no, I ain't staying here. This Mexican restaurant in the city, they're allowed to sell alcohol. They have outrageously cheap pitchers of beer. I think it was $7 for a pitcher of beer. Now, this was before COVID and everything, so I'm sure it's jumped up, but I think this was like a 2019, 2020 maybe, or maybe before, 2018 maybe. I can't recall when I went up there and did it. What year, but it was like a $7 pitcher. Plenty of them pitchers. And once you get around these areas too, they start having Mexican restaurants that have buffets, and it's kind of cool. Let me go up. Did not stay in the Thrifty Inn. Wasn't going to stay there. Where's the damn Days Inn? What is this over here? They have a Walmart now? This must have, I don't think this was here whenever I stayed in Newton. Trying to look at whatever looks like a hotel. It was like a Days Inn or something like that. I would have sworn I've had that McDonald's before to drive back through. Just blast from the past. Is this the hotel? That's a freaking Pizza Hut. Well, I don't even know where the Days Inn is at. But we stayed in it. I would have sworn that my stuff would have gotten stolen out of that one. But it didn't. Oh man, I don't know why it put me in this view. I'll click on it again and see if it just... Yeah, there we go. I'd be fine in the Thrifty Inn as long as the bed is clean and not buggy. Let's talk to it. Let's talk about it. 1, that Thrifty Inn, there ain't no way in hell there wasn't roaches all over the place. 2, the Days Inn, I gotta find the freaking hotel now, man. You're just gonna make me have to show you. This looks like a hotel, but that doesn't look like the Days Inn. No. Big roach, man. Dude, there was nasty ass roaches. Beds, not that nice, man. You get a quilt, and maybe one pillow. I'll give y'all a different hotel story, and I can find the next hotel I'm gonna tell y'all on. Yeah, dude, the Thrifty Inn wouldn't stay in. The Days Inn, I wouldn't recommend either. If you can skip this city, go right through it and don't stay in it. But roaches, bunch of black mold and everything. I should do some hotel reviews when we're on the road more. I've been home lately for a while, but that can get pretty rough at noon. Let me go back to Indianola now that we're talking about hotels. I had to do a job. First off, I'll go Belzoni. Yeah, dude, this whole stream is just going to be talking about previous work. So here in Belzoni, there's only a couple traffic lights. They're downtown area. It's actually kind of cool. One of these Delta towns, though. Span intersection. I came up here to do radars. We were doing a lot of detection work at this time. The advance is kind of cool on the strain poles. We couldn't get the brackets in on time. Made them work. This intersection rained all week. It took all week to do 2 intersections. I could have had them done in a day and a half, both of them pretty much. It freaking rained too much, but we had to stay in Indianola. Back to it. And I tried taking the guy whenever I came back up for this job. This job we did a little more recent in the Belzoni area. I tried taking him to the center's place, but they didn't have, it was closed down at the time. I'm going to find the hotel. Yeah, right. I'm telling you, especially some of the ones I've stayed in. Who am I suing? The Days Inn? What they going to give me, Jovette? Freaking a handful of cockroaches? And this may be the worst. I've stayed in some shady places, I'll say that. But this one, I should have definitely, I think they may have multiple hotels. And I should have just booked a better hotel. And they may have had like a Holiday Inn in Indianola or something too. But the price was outrageous. The Holiday Inn, for good reasons, I guess, was like $200 a night when this one was like 60 or 70. And I mean, it's not like I pay for it to begin with, but I'm still, reasonable with it. Try not to blow too much money. Where's this shitty ass hotel, dude? Trying to think of how we had to drive into here. Where's Belzoni? I hate how Google Maps just sends you sideways pretty quick. It was on one of the main roads. Man, we had prostitutes. And I'm not saying we had prostitutes, not us. Yeah, no, I'm playing with you. But, like, the dude I had with me, he got offered, I think this is the hotel. Yeah, Little Caesars here. They had that pepperoni with the cup pepperoni at the time. This Quality Inn shithole hotel, dude. Let me just tell y'all right now. Like, piece of crap hotel. Yeah, I bet you they're still doing work. They were doing work whenever I stayed in it. Look at April 2008. Yeah, it looked like crap back then, too. Look at 2004. Look at that. They just filled in the pool with concrete. I mean, I wouldn't recommend using that pool. But first night, better to pinch a tent and use an air mat. Oh, dude, the third night. I'm gonna tell you about the third night. But yeah. Right back to it. Okay. I'll have to look. But anyway, so it rains all week, so I don't book the room for the entire week. So picture that. We're there pretty much 3 nights. We're doing 410s. By Thursday, we actually get to finish up and leave. But first night we get here, the room's, just a normal, typical, like, crappy motel. Not that bad. It's like one of these rooms in here, closer to the front. Not as bad. Second night, it like kept moving this way. We get a room over here, a little bit worse, but not that terrible. And then third night, see, that the freaking Google Drive people were smart and didn't want to come back here either. I guess back in 23, they were okay with it. Surprised we ain't back here. Third night, we stay in like this room here. Don't even think I'm being dramatic or like, I think it may have been that room. Like this room here, one of these two rooms. Quilt? Yeah, right. No, they got up there. They definitely got that. I'm surprised. You probably see condoms and stuff here and needles in the parking lot. Yeah, these three guys, they weren't there. These people weren't there at the same time I was there. But back to it. And there's like hookers. You could tell hookers or whatever, women of the night, whatever you want to call them, looking the way they want to be looking. They're coming like in and out from one of these rooms here. I'm like, I ain't have nothing to do with that. I'm sleeping on my bloody pillow because we found. You sound dramatic, Priscilla. You didn't have to live through it, okay, baby? Back to it, and you have to because it's supposed to be entertaining. First room, we get like 2 or 3 pillows on the bed and like maybe a quilt, like 2 quilt. Like it was enough where you can cover up and feel good about yourself, I guess. Second one worse. This room, 1 pillow and a sheet is all they had on the beds. It was like their back rooms. This thing must have been used for those lady of the nights, whatever you want to call them. Blood stains on the pillow. I'm just like, fuck, dude, not even worth dealing with it. Flip that pillow around so it ain't facing my face. Other side's clean enough. And sleep with a sheet. So cold in the night. And then the guy I have with me, he smokes cigarettes and stuff. So he's constantly like walking in and out of the room. I don't mind that because I just, drink some beer, especially at the time or whatever, and just pass out. But he's in and out. So he tells me, it's like one of these rooms down here, there's this bigger lady. I think she was like the pimp or pimp's, second man, whatever. I don't know how the whole operation would work out. But the hookers would be out here in the parking lot and they'd come talk to her. Well, she's in here. He's out here smoking a cigarette one of the times. And he tells me, this is just his story, but he tells me how she was out there too, and he saw a girl like in and out, saw a couple in and out, and she was like, hey, I got ladies, and like told him a list of stuff, and he's like, I'm good, I'm not really into that, and but she told him all that stuff. I'm like, damn, dude, what if we were cops? But we weren't cops, and either were a bunch of whores going in and out of here. We had to stay away from, that's for sure. You'd end up with some stuff, and I think like back here would be where they would do a lot of it. There was used condoms all over this parking lot. I remember when we were there, because I always had a trailer on my truck at the time, and we would leave the bucket truck in Belzoni, but I'd have a trailer on my truck, so I'd park back here, and this thing would be like littered, full of nastiness. The Little Caesars, though, I think it was either the Batman pizza or and see, this is just how you know I'm fat, because I just remember the food of each one of those. And I'm about to get to your question, Samuel. But it was like the pepperoni cups or something. Oh, what are they, closed down or something now? Good. No, I'm just kidding. Actually, the Little Caesars is pretty good. It was either like the Batman calzone pizza or something like that, or I think it was the one with the cups, and they put like a bunch of pepperonis on it. But me and him shared one of those, and it was pretty good. Another place in Indianola that's not as nasty as this hotel. If I can keep traveling down this road, I think, and y'all would like it, it's another pizza place. Not it. We have one down here. It's a Lost Pizza Co., and it's the first, and it's the original Lost Pizza. Dang. It had to have been this, huh? No? Huh. Well, I don't remember where it's at, but it's here in Indianola somewhere. No way. Dude, this place looks like crap now. So this is what I'm talking about, some of these small towns. Okay, my bad. Samuel, read your thing. Traffic light doctor coming to Vicksburg, Mississippi. Good and nice sleep place. At old home name is Governor Bunnut House and etc. is 815 first. Is it like an Airbnb style thing or like hotel? Which either way we can do. I was thinking of actually staying in like casinos up there. If I'm one of the ones that go up there, probably stay in the casinos because during the weekdays you can usually get a cheap room in the casinos. And I don't like gambling to begin with, but I like when everything's like in one place and I don't have to drive to go out and do stuff. First time catching you on a live stream. I really find your videos amazing. Hello from Canada. Ian, I appreciate that, brother, and I'm glad you enjoy the videos. Yeah, Jovet, I agree with you. Yeah, I probably should have complained that one. I'm just not one to complain often, so just went with it. This place is a disappointment. Let me take y'all back in time here. Let's find Lost Pizza Co. Ooh. Oh yeah. 2013. Oh no, we just shot back to 2024 or something. This is 2013 one, ain't no way. Look, man, they had this, they had that van. I think they still have it out front. When did they add it or take it away or something? I got this old van and it has like a pole through it. That's still there, I think. Oh yeah, it don't look as bad in 2021. Yeah, that's probably like around the time I actually would have seen it. So cool place, Lost Pizza Company. They make good food, good pizza, and loud band and everything that was playing the whole time. Oh no, the place I'd talk about that we had tried. This is the Pea Soup Diner, and this is like you walk in and it's a blast from the past type diner, like old school quality food. I wouldn't say it's the best food ever. But good food, you ain't gonna, and it didn't break the bank. It like you're not gonna spend over $10 on yourself for the most part eating here. And everybody knew everybody. Like you'd walk in, there were some other electrician contractors that were in there that were from out of town. Me and my guy, and then pretty much everybody else like knew each other. It's like that. You walk in, and other people walk in, and they're like saying other people's first names, like things you get in small towns that you don't get in the big city areas, but everybody kind of like knew each other inside of there. It's a cool diner. A little experience time. I recall this being a lot more of a better atmosphere. Maybe I just dreamed of half of it. I do remember the car being there in the middle. But 2021 or 20, you said this would have been the time I'd have been up here in this area. Looks nicer at night too. They had maybe it was like holiday time or something we were here, and maybe they had Christmas tree lights and stuff like all strung out. Felt like they just had more in the center here, and that's possible. Let's see, December of 21. Yeah, that's just on a pole. I don't know. Let's just look up. What do you say there on Vicksburg? Address 815. So the cool part of Mississippi is if you look back in history and everything and go back, Mississippi has a lot of yeah, that pole goes through the van. Pretty cool. But Mississippi has a lot of oh, that's a cute little like. It's like the only hill in Mississippi. Actually, I've seen the highest elevation of Mississippi. That's up there in Corinth, Mississippi. There's a little tall hill, is what you'd almost call it. Nice, cute little house. Is it a duplex area? I kind of. Oh, well, you said like multiple rooms and stuff. So maybe you walk in and you stay in this little cottage area and somebody else will stay here. I wonder if she's still mowing back there. Trying to think of the area. I can look at the job plans, I guess, real quick and couldn't figure out the areas that we're about to do work at. I think we're doing lighting. I know signal work, an intersection or two, and then a bunch of street lights we got to do. Done a lot of work in, I could show you on an intersection in Natchez. Show it like John R. Junkins in 62 or something. I'm trying to think of the highway there. Something where I was trying to talk about those, like, same here in Natchez and stuff. The Mississippi at one point was the richest state in the United States. Now, Mississippi made all the money off of like slavery and cotton, and so it had big exports before, the Civil War and everything was when it was like the richest state. And obviously, when slavery ended and the industrial revolution came through, Mississippi stayed behind, and like they didn't even want to jump up to like the cotton gin and stuff like that. So they just kept lagging behind on automation of things. And so trying to think of where I was going at with this. Oh yeah. So at one point before the Civil War, there was like mansions, plantations built with towns around them that had all this stuff. And it's insane because you can go stay in them, but you just go and travel, and you're like the creation that was made back then, and the character of the places that's put into it, and you get to go see like the historic beauty of it. Now, was it raised on something that was wrong? Sure, but still like humans' creation, and like they had so much wealth that they would build their own towns in one area, and you see that throughout the South a lot. I was on a video shoot in Texas years ago, and the motel we stayed in was sketchy as hell. We were worried that our gear and our car would be stolen. Yeah, man, I've stayed in a lot of rough places, Jackson, Mississippi, especially when you get into it. And dude, honestly, always surprised that I've never had anything of a good value stolen out of town and staying in areas. I don't think the world's as bad as the places is out to look, at least maybe in the areas that I'm going to. But there is often, you go into Jackson, you go into their like different areas, and you go into them back road areas. A lot of the people don't want like actual confrontation though, so they'll look at you, and if you look at them back, they're not going to take your stuff. They're not going to really do anything. They're going to notice that you're looking at them, and they're just going to walk away. I mean, I've literally had a dude one time working in McDowell and Terry in Jackson, Mississippi. He was probably the same freaking kid that ended up stealing some stuff from Anthony. But he's over. I'm on one corner of the intersection. My truck's on the opposite side of the intersection where this one's in Natchez, where we're at right now. But we can jump up to Tupelo after. But I make eye contact with the dude, and he is arm deep in the bed of my truck, found something he wanted. What he was going to steal, I don't know. I guess the only thing of value there was like the cooler, and maybe I had a couple of tools, but I just don't see it of anything of value. Maybe a brand new shovel, so maybe I'd have taken that. And he's just trying to make $10 to the people down the road or whatever that he'll sell it to real quick. But I just remember making eye contact with him, and his hand out there, and I could just see him drop whatever he had, looked at me in the eyes, and just turned and walked away. Travis, how's it going, brother? And I thought that was like a funny encounter. I was like, that's all it took was just looking and like catching. Like, he didn't want a confrontation or anything. I don't think he's like, obviously what he's doing is wrong, but he's just trying to make a quick buck, and I don't know what the money's going to or any of that, but it was just funny how the interaction was. Like, I could see him from across the intersection. He caught my eyes looking at him, and he just dropped it and walked away. And even by the time I would have made it over to my truck, he would have been gone anyways, too. So, but again, when guys working here and there's dangerous areas, but I don't think a lot of the people want like a confrontation either. So, if they believe they won't get caught, they may try something. If they believe they'll get caught, they probably ain't going to do anything. Cool campground over. This is the Natchez and Vidalia Bridge. This is a campground. I've stayed over here. Oh, I don't have a little people walking thing, but it's right off the Mississippi River. So it's cool there. Then you got the view up here. That's the hotel stayed in. Yeah, the view. If you get the right room, like you get a room over on this corner, you just oversee the Mississippi River, which is cool. I'm gonna try to get y'all over to John R. Junkins right here. This is a cool interchange here, little intersection. Let me back up because you're gonna have to just see how it all works. This is a separate intersection altogether coming off of it, but you come up and so you hit this overlap. There's 2 phases. They're using like phase 1 and 7, and then they're using overlap A through H, I believe. It is nothing but overlaps here. I'll let you come up and traveling with this vehicle here, however you want to go, and got this little like diverts you across over to this side and goes around. It's a crazy looking intersection. Hey, how the dude drove it. And let me tell you, in this intersection, it was designed for using no vehicle detection. They did install loops. We reinstalled loops here. Last time I did work on this intersection, we recut loops. They didn't account for elevation on this cabinet here either. So this cabinet's sitting on a bunch of cinder blocks, and then they kind of grouted around it. But that's a bunch of cinder blocks there. Kind of drove me crazy. Like you open it up and it's a big hole in the bottom, and it's a rat's nest in it. But I'd have changed the controller, and whenever I went to change it and swapped everything, they rewired the backboard for all the overlaps, which they didn't really have to do it because the controller couldn't have done it. But they did it anyways and changed up some stuff. So as I'm changing the controller, I'm like trying to figure out the overlap situation here too. And yeah, it's a hot mess. So Country Pie Pizza, pretty good freaking pizza right there, or pretty good food there altogether. We did a bunch of FYAs, and let me see if the pedestrian pole. Yeah, came back and installed this pedestrian pole using the old push ball or bulldog buttons here. Not really ADA approved, don't want to say anymore. Cabinet still leaning. We did the cameras. I've done a lot of work in Natchez too. Pretty much majority of the intersections around Natchez. That's not in like the downtown area. Done work on. Yeah. Oh man, I'm telling you, people kind of handle it well too. And it's weird how it's set up because again, all these loops, we cut it. I don't know if we cut it, recut them all, got them all hooked up, and please come back to Natchez. It's a mess. I wouldn't doubt it. I know it is. Again, even they had us do loops last time, but we did the loops here. I don't think they're even using them yet. The engineer just wanted us to recut them or cut them in there and try to get them working, just so he can try to play around with it more and see if he can make it work with vehicle detection. But the original design to this intersection had no vehicle detection on it. It ran straight off the times. And it's not that inefficient either. Keep going down this road. And these intersections, it was about 5, maybe 6 years ago. This donut shop, they open up at like 2 a.m., by the way. Hey, Buzz, how's it going, brother? This donut shop opens up at like 2 a.m. We're working nights out here cutting loops. Oh, let me tell you, dude, that's killer. Like, one, didn't need them because they would just be cooking the donuts. They would open up at like 6 or 7 by the time we were already out of here. But they would smell great early in the morning. This area too, we did when we were cutting the loops, we were working all night for this. We worked from like, I don't know, man, let me think about it, 5 p.m. to 6 a.m. or 5 a.m. I think we stopped around 5, went back to the view, went to the hotel, ate a little bit, crashed out, and then they had a loop that we had to go cut, and they wanted us on site at like 7 o'clock in the morning. So I'm telling you, we slept for like 40 minutes, left Natchez. We still ended up a little late, or got to wherever we went to at like 9 o'clock or so, 9 or 10 o'clock. Went and cut one loop in the middle of the day, and then had to like come back to Natchez and crash out. But so we worked all night, slept for 45 minutes, and then went and worked for till like 3 p.m. or something, from like 7 to 3 right after. That was some fun stuff too. They have an Applebee's up here. I think this is Applebee's right here. We'd come over here and like close this place out. Is that the Applebee's? Maybe the Applebee's isn't real. What happened to it? Oh, I was just dated too far back. Yeah, there's an Applebee's right here. They had good prices whenever we were actually doing the job. Yeah, dude, we do a lot of hours like that, but I enjoy that again, man. If I do 2 20-hour shifts and call it a week, more than 4 10s, too. Let me sleep a little in the middle. Another, I'd have to go. Let me try to see what intersection you were talking about. Was it here? Or well, this one ain't even that intersection of light. This guy you'd have been talking about. Oh yeah. So these we call these flying guides here. So when this pole is too far out to run a span from here and here over, and you're trying to get away from power lines, and you're really trying to box in the intersection at the where the islands come out at. So what we'll do, and there's many ways to do it, and I've made some videos of it. We'll take a little, we call them a bull ring, and it's just a metal donut looking thing, and we'll hook every span wire out, but you got to get a distance off your strain pole to where you want to set up at out here. And you know, the easiest way to do it, if you have the span wire to run, is you'll take a span wire and you'll hook it to this pole, run it all the way to this pole here. Then take one from this pole here and run it to this pole and make a giant X across the intersection. And then, you know, take yourself a preform, wrap it where you need to, put your bull ring on it. The picture, you know, you'd have another span wire coming off of here, and then, you know, hook up another span, run it across, and you'll do it on each corner. So you'll put a bull ring where you want it, and then you run that span, take it, run that span, and that's how you can kind of do it. Or build one, not have all the span wire like a hanging mess before you get it pulled up high enough, make a big X. And then, but you end up, depending how it is, you know, like this intersection is so wide, you can definitely reuse the piece that's going from like this corner to there. You can cut that down and use it somewhere else on a different intersection. But if you had a real tight intersection, you kind of just burn 40 feet, 80 feet, whatever. 80 feet, you'd use 40, you probably wouldn't. But that's a flying guide. Those are cool. Those are fun to build and everything too. Oh man, I'm telling you, the one we just cut down. Ooh, YouTube. I got some crazy stuff. So this one we just cut down the other night. This pole right here, this is probably for a wooden pole at least, the most tension I've ever had on a pole I've ever seen. That anchor down there is screaming tight down there like that. The preform's like closed in more, and it's only gotten worse. But I mean, obviously we're cutting it down right now too. Just gotta stop traffic for a while. But there was a lot of tension on this. There was more than I expected. I give credit to. I should have had this bucket truck pulled up further. I mean, flying guides are tricky to cut down because, as you see, when you make one cut, the whole intersection comes down. So you got to get, you know, he made this cut here. Got to get over here quickly and cut this one down. I'm trying to holler at this dude. He's pretty new in the bucket, and I'm like trying to get him to come down further. Flying guy, yeah. I mean, whoever, tomato almost for that. I like on a pole like this is a flying, or is a not a flying, but a guy wire and a guy anchor. So I guess you would still call it a flying guy, not a guide necessarily, but. The same, yeah, as that span wire comes down here, this one's dropped down, kind of hit the truck a bit, but wasn't too bad. I cut that. Then over here, I was able to cut from the ground. But that had a crap ton of tension on it. And again, you got to be quick about it. There's a different video I have. It's one of my first videos a while back now. Dude, I've been doing this. Let's see. I mean, it really is the first video, the one I'm about to go back to, I think, where we're cutting down over a year ago now.
Welcome to the
I did this one on my iPhone.
Traffic signals. We're back to work at this intersection. We're getting all these luminaire lights hung up.
Luminaire.
Ready to have this thing bright while we actually do the swap over and tear down this intersection. Also, just for comparison, the span intersection that we're tearing down in the Mississippi, they made the commute through this intersection. It's all about, guys, these great citizens of Pearl, Mississippi. They made the commute through this intersection today with old striping, with an old intersection. And when they wake up tomorrow and come out here for their daily commute, they're gonna have a brand new intersection to drive through, brand new striping, stop bars, left turn arrows, brand new everything. All for the great citizens of Pearl, Mississippi. Flashing all red like it should be, and in this moment we can go ahead and just flip off the breaker over here.
Yeah, people
so probably gonna do it without them, but I'm gonna get y'all set up in the truck.
Too long too.
And hopefully y'all will get a good video and picture of this.
Yeah, we definitely upgraded these. Didn't have no edit or what do you call it, music on this one. But as you see, as he tears down one side, everything drops down lower and lower, so you got to get it out the road. He's got to get as close to the truck as possible and then just start backing up. We got traffic, like I'm pointing at my monitor like y'all can see me, but the lanes over on the side this direction, they're backed up a little bit. You got a traffic stop there. This one's a little bit easier too because it's the span wire is all kind of in the middle of the intersection versus being further back to the stop bars, and our mast arms are further out than the span wire is. So it's kind of easy intersection to work. But you just got to be quick, just start moving and then get traffic back going too. This is an intersection that gets a stupid amount of volume as well, so it's hard to get them all, or stop traffic for a while. This is
and there we go, nice aerial view of this brand new intersection here in Pearl, Mississippi. We still got to bring up more equipment to get these strain poles down.
It's like 2 or 3 a.m.
But the new intersection is up and running and looks beautiful. As always, thanks for watching.
Hey, what up, Nicki Minaj? Damn, guys, 2.5 hours now. Time's flying by. What the heck? I didn't even eat dinner. Priscilla, you still watching? Ayo, Nicki Minaj, dude. For chicks that are rappers, I like her stuff. Oh man, see, time's just flying by too quick. I think we're going to be wrapping it up here shortly. Oh yeah, I agree too. Well, one of the funny ones right there, when you're talking about the pole colors, so Jackson, Mississippi does or has some intersections that are red. And by red, I always call them rustic red. And it's funny because I'm like, it's just so people won't notice when they start to rust. And that's kind of the only logical reason I could see having it. They also have green ones, and I've never been a huge fan of the green ones they have. But the black balls, in my opinion, look the best. Out of the darkness with another $10. I appreciate you, brother. Let me see. In the cold parts of the country, do you know if they have heaters in the cabinets, if temps drop below device limits? Likewise for hot places with air conditioners. So, I mean, we're about as hot as it can get, maybe outside of like Nevada and Arizona and certain areas that just get some like record extreme heats. But there's a lot of places where we get triple digits and stay in the triple digits. But it's just a fan and a exhaust on the front of the door of the cabinet that kind of helps circulate the airflow. Now, every piece of equipment that's inside the cabinet is supposed to be NEMA rated for temperatures that are like 150, 160 degrees. I'm about to Google it real quick. NEMA equipment. Well, I don't want to say that I was wrong, but maybe I'm calling it wrong. Okay, so. Well, Google is just such a funny thing, huh? Maybe it's this AI thing. But just to get back to it, so the NEMA TS2 standards requires that traffic signal controller assemblies, including the cabinet and the electronics within, operate properly within a broad temperature range. Fahrenheit, negative 30 degrees to 165 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't really know the translation of Celsius, but I imagine 34 degrees Celsius, negative 34 degrees Celsius is equivalent to negative 30, and 74 degrees Celsius is around 165. So yeah, NEMA ratings. I don't know why Google told me just a second ago that NEMA didn't have temperature ratings, but obviously they do, and that equipment. So 165, yeah, there you go. So yeah, you definitely, it gets hot. We have had issues with equipments, especially right now. They are compacting the hell out of this equipment inside of the cabinets, and the iTerrace CCUs have been having issues with the heat, especially if their exhaust fan is not working. It'll read higher than that temperature, and they'll have issues with it. But that's about the only equipment I've ever seen experience issues with the temperatures that's inside the cabinet. Now, things inside the field, that really depends, but temperatures don't usually have issues with them. Fires will. You'll see like pictures and stuff of melted traffic lights, but it's usually a vehicle hit a pole, catches on fire, and burns the signal head and melts it or something like that, and the cable. And that's when you start really having trippy stuff at a traffic intersection, is when the flash circuit's still on, because the cabinet's trying to push it, saying it's in flash, but say a neutral or conductors have been crossed and you got a melted cable or you got a bad cable, and it just, you start having some crazy issues with the intersection then. Do motorcycles get detected? I always see videos of motorcycles being stuck because they have an issue usually with inductive loops. The inductive loops have to pick up a amount of metal, or has to pick up metal. And motorcycles just have a lot of plastic bodies and stuff like that on it, and the frame's about the only metal thing on it, and it just won't register that all the time. And then cameras can sometimes have the issue with not seeing them, especially if you had a black bike and it's at night. Flash your headlights a little bit, you may catch a chance of getting seen by one. Have you seen no traffic detection system? What's your thoughts on them? so we were just talking about that earlier. We're talking, I think, maybe to a supplier or something of them. I think there's a couple intersections that might be doing here in Mississippi that's going to go with a no traffic detection system. That'd be the first one we would be doing if we win it. And I think they've ordered, and it may be something we're getting the job and the state's already ordered it. I'd have to think about it, or I have to ask about it, I guess. But there is one in Pearl, Mississippi, and they like it. They like that one there. Pearl, Mississippi, the state's been like, we really need a demo city of different products. We'll fund it if you just let us do whatever we want. And Pearl's like, please do whatever you want. So there's a stretch in Pearl where you'll drive down the road and each intersection will have like a different. They mostly use Wavetronics, thankfully, because that's a great system. But they'll drive through and you'll have like just a different system after a different system. Those mild vision cameras, I think somebody mentioned them earlier. I think, but I do believe we have some. Just recently got something like Gulfport or something. I gotta go check them out too. But when they start flashing, hold on, wait a minute, Charlotte. I have a strange question. We have a new set of lights on the highway where I live. They put "Be prepared to stop" signs about 50 foot or less from the light. But when they start flashing, the lights are already turning yellow. Why would they do that? 50 feet? Google Earth definitely wouldn't show that. 50 feet from the stop bar? Like the lights? Well, usually, I don't know who miscalculated that or messed up. There's like no point for "Be prepared to stop" sign at 50 feet. It's supposed to be an advance warning on there. Better notice visibility at a distance. Yeah, super close. See, peace, Bus Productions, man. I appreciate you for hanging out, brother. Order, I don't know if I missed something, but yeah, so that's super close. That is weird. Yeah, they're typically 500 feet to like 1,000, maybe 600. We do them pretty often, and I hate pulling cable to them every time, typically. But yeah, and those we always set them up. It would be the distance is the reason why they got such a short time on that thing, but we pretty much time it from the distance back of the "Be prepared to stop" sign. So if you hit it, if you can see the flasher start, or if you're passing the flasher as it starts flashing, you'll be able to get across the intersection. But if you're behind the flasher and it starts flashing, you'll pretty much hit the red light every time, unless you run the light. But yeah, you typically want that advance warning with high traffic or high speed limit areas. But if they're being that close sounds crazy. Sometimes I get confused too, because we do them signal ahead signs all the time, and sometimes the engineer will like have us put it, perfect line of sight from a mile back line of sight where you can see the intersection. And an engineer will be like, yeah, let's put the signal ahead sign right here 100 foot away from the light. And it's like, brother, they're hitting the damn traffic light by the time they see the sign too. What's the point of the sign? Give them an advance warning. And yeah, Joe, you're probably right. It does get people's attentions, but I almost feel like if it's that close, they'll be focusing on that and the lights at the same time. It doesn't seem very good. If there's not like a lot of surrounding light and it's dark outside, I could see that being another reason possibly in front of it where it's that close where, if you see the bouncing lights, you need to be stopping. So. Speed photo enforcement camera warning sign. Yeah, right. They put it behind after the camera. So there's really nothing in the MUTCD that states for like red light cameras and stuff like that. Red light enforcement, traffic enforcement cameras, and speed cameras and stuff. I give tickets. So that's always like the defense fight against it is that it doesn't. control traffic, or it's not a traffic control device. So why install it? And it hasn't been proven to lower the statistics of people actually running red lights. Those cameras are almost just a money grab everywhere you go. Now the speed ones in different areas, again, not a fan of that stuff either, but maybe a little more justifiable than the red light ticket cameras. It could be the ones at a distance are illegal and the location that close or a loophole around it. Yeah. You know, actually, I will say I've seen, is there a bridge obstruction? I mean, oh, well, no, I just seen your other message there in plain view. I'm about to say, we have some be prepared to stop signs, but it's two intersections that are already not far from each other, and that one's probably 50 to 100 foot back from the intersection, 100 foot max, but it's a bridge that you can't see the lights from when you're traveling underneath it, and it's right after the bridge is you have the lights. So pretty much if you have the be prepared to stop signs flashing at that one, it's in Diverville somewhere, then you just stop when you're coming through the bridge. Yeah, well, so I do Google Earth, but I don't think, if he said it's a new intersection, then I would doubt I would be able to find it. I'm going back to me being full screen. Somebody asked a question I want to read. Stop sign cameras. What? That's freaking weird. Go, I appreciate the $2. Whether Binky does, and I'll get to your question here in a second. Does Ocean Springs have more lights than anywhere else in the country? Seems like it, LOL. Have you not traveled down in 49 Gulfport? Or, you know, there's a bunch of places. Travel through downtown Hattiesburg, pretty rough. But what you're going to love, they've been working on a Highway 90 widening project. Stantec, I think, is the engineer firm behind it. Hopefully we win it and we get to work on it. But they have been doing, it was supposed to be a release for bids December of last year. Still hasn't been released for bids. I think they were saying September of this year. Still, I don't think we put a bid in it yet, so I don't think it's complete yet. Utilities been like a nightmare, so they keep having to adjust the price, and it's a big like state-funded project. So anytime they change, it's paperwork after paperwork, and it's pretty much been delayed now for even bid release. But they're going to redo pretty much all the intersections, and I would almost say outside of Deanna Road, and do fiber from Washington Avenue to 57 and connect that in, because we did Pascal a while back, and Gaucher may not, but I think there's some fiber running north 57 that's going to MDOTs. Go, you said, how does applied information's preemption work? So picture Opticom setups. You know, we can watch a video. I can find applied information's videos on there. But instead of an Opticom setup, like a flasher, it's a GPS transmitter or whatever you want to really call it. That's going to be on the fire department or any emergency vehicles. Preemption. Hold on. I think this one down here. 40 seconds. That's even quicker. Oh,
when you're having an emergency, every second matters.
One thing they do great, I just want to speak on this. They go and they find people and get their testimonies about these systems, and I think that's a really smart thing to do. Kind of see now. Hopefully they take the criticism and everything too, and build off of that. I know whenever I go and talk to them and everything, that was one of the things I want to do is like, hey, you know, you're ones installing the systems. Let us know different things here, but I love places and people or where they go. Wavetronics does it too, I want to say, with their stuff, but they'll go and get testimonies from people that either use the emergency vehicle systems or people that just started noticing a better, more efficient intersection, and they go and ask them how it's impacted their life or how it saved people. And so not only are you getting an example of it being used, but you're also being told how it saved somebody's life.
At Applied Information, we want to help. We created an emergency vehicle preemption system to help save first responders 11 seconds per traffic light, meaning they get to you faster, safer.
Okay, well, they did say safer in here, but I just want to really expand on that. The faster part is for them to do their job. The safer part is because of how these preemptions work, the approach that emergency vehicle is coming through the intersection at, it should be picking them up way far behind. Same with Opticoms. Opticoms will pick up people damn near a mile behind and can start activating that preemption. And you'd be like, oh, well, that's crazy. That's going to impact the traffic all over the intersection. Rightfully so, as it should. But it also gives the left turn lane typically and the through lanes a green light, and it flushes all that traffic. So they're saying maybe an average of 11 seconds, but it could be even more than that because it's seen them a mile back and now it's flushed all that traffic out the way. They're not trying to bob and weave out of vehicles anymore. They're able to just go through the intersection, and then also they don't have to worry about getting T-boned and losing their life when they're just trying to do their job.
And ready to help.
I don't think this one's really showing an example. Kind of is, but...
Want more information on the system? Download our free info kit today. Or give us...
I ain't downloading no free info kit. All right, back to this video.
Intersections. The system is engineered to initiate a request for green lights.
So,
on this emergency run, the route has multiple intersections set to immediately respond to the request for green lights and begin to intelligently allow
as they have it activated, they should already be getting a green light at like the next intersection as they approach it, and the left turn lane is kind of flushing the vehicles. And these people, instead of just trying to dangerously split open for the emergency vehicle to get through, they can move with the flow of traffic,
the GLANT system uses GPS and cellular
or they can already be ahead of it
the
and be moving out the way.
Around the corner and over the hill respond as efficiently as intersections with clear line of sight. The result is
if you can get a good range
responses.
of or line of sight with Opticoms,
the
they
unique benefit of GLANT's cellular communication is that it provides miles of range.
Mile might be exaggerating a little bit.
An added benefit of GLANT's cellular communication is the first ever travel safely smartphone app that warns motorists.
Emergency vehicle approaching from
behind. This is the cool part too. This GLANT system also ties in MyoVision, which is the bigger manufacturer of like the Opticom systems and stuff. MyoVision also has this stuff. They're working on stuff like this. This is really where the next leap of either data collection on intersections to make them more efficient, make them safer, and building this more. I don't want to call it autonomous, but building more of a, like as you just seen this alert with an emergency vehicle approaching, well, they're introducing that into vehicles. I think a lot of them right now have to have subscriptions for it, but as you travel to a red light, it will say like, oh, pedestrian crossing ahead, activated ahead, you need to stop for that, or red light ahead. It's giving people even more of an advanced warning, and a lot of people will probably say, oh, well, that's just them, now they're taking their eyes off the road to look at it. Most people are already looking at their cell phones or looking at their dashes or something, and not saying it always pops up on their cell phone. A lot of them, if they have it tied into their vehicles, it'll, like on their dash, it could pop up saying, hey, this is there. And then it'll also give them a countdown on the traffic light to expect it. Will that always be correct? No, but, you know, it'll give them a pretty good, I don't think it gives them like the last 6 seconds anyways of it. So it'll just be expected that it's going green soon. Oh, for right here, I would almost. Okay, never mind. They got the sirens.
Cellular communication is the first ever travel safely.
I wonder if the sirens is just a background noise and they're just activating the device and not using the because they said it's just for testing right here in the video.
That warns motorists.
Emergency vehicle approaching from behind.
The system works quite simply. When the emergency
And by that, so cooler things that are going on about this too. It's not only implementing at traffic lights, but it's also it's like school buses. School buses can can come equipped with this stuff. And same, so like your vehicle, if you got whatever, the BMW subscription to tie your vehicle into all these systems, then it will even recognize that, hey, a school bus is ahead, and it will give you an advance warning that a school bus is stopping and releasing children or whatever that you need to stop at. And I think that's a big deal too.
The vehicle begins the run and activates the lights and siren. The glance system begins to broadcast vehicle details over cellular and redundant 900 MHz radio. The in-cabinet unit fits in the common styles of controller cabinets and monitors dozens of circuits. The in-vehicle unit has a small footprint and provides circuits to connect GPS, cellular, and 900 MHz antennas, as well as power.
So it's not just to it also ties. Actually, you know what? They have the cellular system with it, and I think the one that Pass Road we just did is actually working pretty good and pretty right, and we haven't had to add a radio to it. But this is also like where the state can get access into the controller and change stuff in the
activation, turn signals, and auto cutoff circuits that are typically wired into parking brakes and door switches.
Network switch on the back.
Glance uses Google Maps, allowing users to see map details. This is the aerial view of the emergency runs documented earlier in this video. The fire station is very close to the first intersection.
Hoping to go up when I go up this week, I'm going to be talking about doing some training and setup and everything. So hopefully I'll get set up on a lot of this stuff, and I'll make some good videos
as quickly as possible. As we pan back, you can see more intersection locations that were programmed to begin cycling to green to allow the queue of traffic to move forward ahead of the emergency vehicle. Another feature of the glance system is the ability to analyze each emergency run. The colors show the trail and reveal specific details about what the communication particulars
this is back to
during
more of the
the
data
run.
collection and everything.
A simple click on the beginning point reveals vehicle and time details that started at about 9:38 a.m.
But again,
the endpoint also shows the vehicle and time details.
Same stuff too, my vision.
This vehicle had a travel time of almost 2.5 minutes when the call was automatically disabled upon arrival. The ultimate value of using cellular and GPS technologies are gathering granular details about every time the vehicle moves or when intersection equipment performs virtually all functions. This report shows 150 month-to-date service trips where lights and sirens are
so pretty much you can get a lot more like data collection and everything out of these systems that can help not only find ways to make that intersection more efficient and safer, but the more knowledge we can come up with and the more knowledge we can have, we can also make, the future intersections, or just on the design side, more ideal to this stuff, or whatever, make it more ideal than what it is. That it's not just like going in blind and throwing up some lights, kind of like what we did in Biloxi. I don't think the city's put any kind of different times in. I did go back and adjust, and y'all were correct or whatever, look back and forth of setting up the pedestrian crossings and stuff like that. I did adjust those, pretty much just flipped the walk times to the clear and the clear to the walks. Moved it around a little bit, but same. The more data and everything of just all these intersections and how they're being used, the more we can learn to build more efficient intersections down the road. How pricey is it? The overall price is not crazy. The amount. Trying to think back. I do not have the price on the top of my head, but what I do know is there's always a bunch of federal grants for this system here. So I ain't going to try to say the name of the city. I'm trying to make myself bigger again. Not trying to say the name of the city that is, because they wouldn't put the funding up to it. But for out of the city's pocket, when those federal grants are coming through, I mean, it's less than $1,000 that they would have to put up for percentages per intersection to get those grant systems installed. And I mean, they just won't do it. If there's not like a big noticeable change, most cities won't do it. I mean, vote for the right elected officials and stuff like that in your areas, and maybe you'll get stuff like that. And a lot of places have, but there's a lot of places out there where they won't put any kind of budget to this stuff. There's a lot of places that will put, like, they'll have crap ton of intersections and traffic lights that they got to maintain, and there's piss money in it for the maintenance, like $10,000 a year, $7,000 a year, for the entire year to maintain this stuff. It's just crazy. Like, they ain't got any kind of money. Is that East Wortham project just a traffic light, or is it a road realignment? I'll be working that one. We won that job. We're actually the prime contractor over that East Wortham project. I haven't dug too deep into it. There is a lot of earth moving, though, on that project, and there is paving. I think we're going to have Warren Paving do the paving side, and I can't remember the earth moving contractor. But both of them, they have more money in it than we do. But the job was too small for either one of them to want to do the prime and hold up a little bit of their bonding. But for us, it's like, that's a great money. Let's do it. But we'll be doing that job. And I do think there's realignment stuff because there's earth moving into it. We need to be getting on it by December for sure. I think either on our end, so we need to have some of the earth moving and stuff going. But if not our end, then by December, you should see some work going on out there for sure. Up here, they've had to upgrade to all new signal poles and mast arm and cabinets just to add FYAs. I don't think they would have had to have just added poles and stuff and the mast arms and stuff. Now, they probably did that and added FYAs to it. But there's ways to work around it and get the FYAs up and running how they should be. Without having to upgrade the cabinet and everything like that. Aren't you supposed to be sitting in a pickup truck right now telling everyone what to do, then chucking traffic lights into the dumpster in the middle? Heck yeah. Off work today. Nah, it won't work every day, Not company-wise, but between this and everything else, I'd just say it work every day. But no, obviously, I don't know how much you've been around on the YouTube channel. That's the Facebook stuff. I try to very much separate the kind of content I make out on YouTube versus the other social media platforms, as I do care about those. It's just not my highest interest, making like the reaction videos or making the stuff to just keep up to date with the like Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, whatever, versus like, because a lot of people, they're always, there's a lot of people going on like, oh man, I used to really love the traffic light stuff, but now all you do is this reaction video and everything. It's like, yeah, because the traffic light content that I'm making and the videos I'm making is on YouTube, and it's like what I post there is like, just go there. You gotta freaking watch it there. Everything else, I just want to have fun and be funny, or kind of just enjoy myself, make little reaction videos, or do food reviews, or do whatever on the opposite side of that. Yeah, I agree. And YouTube also is more of like, what we're doing right here. If you're going to learn more about me or like my personal life and everything, then that's what I'm doing here on this. Yeah, like I'm not trying to talk about myself on Facebook or TikTok as much, because the engagement on those ones it doesn't feel the same as like, sure, it's real people or whatever, but also feel like you just don't get good responses. You don't get good, and it's just weird how short form content is. It's like you have to have this certain setup to make the video go viral, but like all the comments are like worthless to even read and don't even matter. Versus the like half the time on the YouTube videos, and Jovit, you're a great example for this right here. Is like I don't even have to do a lot of the response back in the comment section, even though I try to. YouTube's about the only place I actually do read the comments and like go over and like try to respond back to you guys and interact more. But a lot of the times, you know, when people start asking questions in there, before I can even get around to answering those or making a video about answering those and stuff, you got people like Jovet, or you got other people, Kyle, or, you know, whoever in the comment section too, and they'll just already be explaining it and like, he just explained it better than I would have right there. So why the hell would I even like put my 2 cents into it? However, which I love this side of the community and everything we have here for that stuff for sure. I mean, it's surprising. TikTok was like the first place of like just posting random stuff and until something popped off a little bit, and you'd be surprised the short form stuff. It's just the attention span though on TikTok and the short form content, even YouTube. The YouTube shorts are you know, whatever they're called on YouTube. The attention span, like you have to have the people viewing the video for X amount of time for it to even go anywhere, and like over, like you definitely want them over 5 seconds, and you definitely want them over like half of the video, or the video doesn't do as good. But the attention span, people just like, if you don't hit them hard right in the face with something real quick, swipe to the next one, swipe to the next one, swipe to the next one. Versus long videos, people will, you know, I love seeing the questions of, and especially when I first post the video, and it's like, say it's a 20-minute video, that first 20 minutes, you'll see comments in there, like 8 minutes in, somebody will comment about something. Then 12 minutes later, they comment again, like, oh, never mind, I see why. Or never mind, maybe Joe, it may have been you. I don't remember. It was one of the videos when we were tearing down the sign truss, but or maybe we were saw cutting out for the mast arm we were going to install for the sign truss. And I just remember I was like explaining, like, oh yeah, we're about to removing this thing. And I remember a comment from a dude being, well, this just doesn't make sense at all. Why remove the sign? There, nothing looks wrong with that sign truss, you know, and blah, blah, blah. And then it like 3 minutes later showed another comment. Oh, never mind. That's I see the big rusted holes all over it and everything. I see why you're doing it now. Try to write comments as I watch YouTube, but no, yeah, no. I never try to delete any kind of comments. I actually don't even know if I know how to on YouTube, but answer kind of vague. But if you want to see what I mean, Google the USA. Ooh, worked on that intersection. What's your comment? I seen a left turn yield on flashing yellow arrow with 3. Oh, a 3 section. Okay, look, I got you on that. Yeah. Seaway has that too. MLK. It was really because of the height clearance, but that's what I'll tell you. Google Earth. Let me just put in Gulfport. I can quickly. Oof. Actually, you know what? I probably can't because I don't. I mean, it's been so long now. I feel like we've been on this damn job for 49. I may be looking at Seaway right now. I think I'm on Seaway. No, that's the Clover. MLK, it's got to be like, ooh, which one's further south, MLK or Polk? Okay. Oh, y'all can't even see anything I'm looking at yet. Polk Avenue. I mean, y'all want to talk about some hood place? Okay, I'm not even near either one yet. I hope I'm going south right now. I think I am. This looks like 34th. Am I past it? Oh, now I'm getting myself all... This is Polk. No. This is 28th or something. So I need to be going north, I think. Oh yeah, this is MLK right here. Them damn kids got that bucket truck stuck right here in this yard. And something else happened that night I'm not going to talk about. Oh, I was ready to lose my shit. They still have the FYAs. Or not the FYAs, the doghouse heads. Yeah, 2022 is the newest one. These poles, though, you can tell this thing's leaned in. We raked them back. We already pulled them back. Damn, I'm so small over here. Yeah, those older ones still. But we did a new foundation, a new pole on this corner. That's installed. And then we had to pull all the poles back and get new line over for power, new cabinet, FYAs all around, pedestrian crossings. Pretty much redid on that Zeta project. We pretty much redid all the cable heads, any kind of pedestrian items if they had it, new cabinets. You know, if places needed new foundations, did the mast arms, did like 4 or 5 new intersections. It's been a good amount, but see a 3-section FYA traffic. Yellow arrow. Ooh. Yeah, so this is kind of it. Security check. I don't know. Is this even something I should be going on? Let's screw it. So there is like a kind of wires up the same and everything, but this LED is a special kind of LED where it has the green and the yellow in it, and it can swap back and forth between the sign. You still got to pull a separate conductor and everything in it, but it's for like a height clearance. It is a standard. That is no. It shouldn't anymore if it did in that video. There is a couple places though where you'd see a stop sign in front of it. That you're not supposed to, but yeah. But yeah, so that's kind of 3-section. Now we've also installed some flashing yellow arrows that don't have it protected, so it's like an unprotected left turn only. And we've installed some flashing yellow arrows for that and at El Dorado, but there's no green, no protected on that one. This right here is always the biggest issues with pedestrian crossing is the left turn vehicle, the left and the right turn, the turning vehicle is coming into the crosswalk right away. So this is where a lot of people, they get confused and they're always like, oh, you know, any kind of crosswalk. And then, yeah, I don't know if they're too dumb to think about like signalized crosswalks. They'll be like, oh, once a pedestrian's entered a crosswalk, they have the right of way. And it's only that way at a traffic light if they have the crosswalk. But this is the kind of right of way they have, is the right of way past the turning vehicle should be yielding to the pedestrians. Now, what happens often is they don't have like a blank out sign would really enhance it and help it, but or just signage in general that says left turn yield to pedestrians or right turn yield to pedestrians as well. That's what they should have. We're just going over stuff and kind of chit-chatting. Heck, we've been live for like close to 3 hours now at this point. Oh, my bad. 3.5 hours so far. A bus traffic signal. Okay. I don't know if I've actually seen a bus traffic signal. I know they have a bike one now. Or if you're just talking about like a public transportation signal. Yeah. This is just something we don't have around here. Like a bus signal only. I guess that's for public transportation. Is this in the United States? I just don't feel like this would be in the U.S. Again, I haven't done. Jackson's our biggest metro city in Mississippi, and they got bus stops and stuff like that, and like, but they don't have a lot of the Yoda pedestrian. Dude, Joe, I 100% agree, but Florida does a lot of those blank out signs, and for the Yoda pedestrian, so they only come on when the crosswalks get activated to the turning ones. But I just something to enhance the driver. Or again, the more of these systems that come out, like that glance unit from Applied Information, and something that says, "Hey, crosswalk activated ahead. Watch out for pedestrians," and your vehicle tells you that. That's good use for things. I think in the United States, we have like trolleys and stuff like that kind of have signals that are kind of like this. It'll be like a red light besides the trolley. Trolley can still run through. People get T-boned by them all the freaking time, though. Like, I'm glad I don't live in more places like that, but visiting like Atlanta and different areas like that have the trolley systems, they get a little bit confusing at times. Yeah, I would probably like then too the bike traffic signal. Atlanta has these too, I want to say. They got like a bicycle traffic light. Usually, I see them more mounted on like the shafts or something like this too, where you can cross them there by the bike lanes typically. Bus signal at Disney, that makes sense. Maybe for their like the ones that bring people out to the parking lot further out, different things. Greg Shields. Why would my light change to yellow-red when no vehicle approaching from the other directions? The light will return to green in about 20 seconds. Greg Jovette's right. That is more than likely an issue with the detection system there at that traffic light, giving false calls. So pretty much when vehicle detection goes out, say a loop gets broken or a camera can't see what it's supposed to be seeing anymore, and the controller recognizes that there's an issue. Depends how you set up the controller. Either your detection system is going to do this or your controller can do it, but it can see that there's an issue with detection, and it is always better for you to get a false call than it is to get no calls at all. So are we the ones doing the light at CFI and MS53? No, that is, I think, Webster or R&L. I think they're R&L, R&W or something like that now. They got that contract. Back to the last thing I was saying. So we're not, but we did just do the intersection of 53 and 49. We did that brand new span intersection. They're going to tear down that span intersection and do that Divergent Diamond, I'm pretty sure, there. On that project that Case is doing with R&L or R&W, whatever their names are. Webster's what they used to be. Dang, I just got off topic from the other thing. Oh, but yeah, probably vehicle detection. It's better to get false calls, because you don't want to ever influence red light running, and if your vehicle detection system's not working and you're getting red lights that won't change, you really influence people to run red lights at that point, and that's the most dangerous thing at a traffic light at that is red light runners, because a sensible driver that understands an issue or whatever and just sees the safest way when there's traffic there, if you're not getting picked up, the safest bet is to take a right turn, do a U-turn, do whatever, find a different route there if you're not getting picked up by the light. But a lot of people, they just get instantly impatient. They want to run that red light, and I mean, they get T-boned or they T-bone somebody else or whatever. They don't see this other vehicle because the left turn lane's obstructing the through lanes there. So they drive into somebody. On and on. Just running red lights is super dangerous. And if you don't have vehicle detection working and it's not working, then it's just going to influence people to run the red lights, or it's better to just have it cycle around and make people wait. Moria Prime, hot take, Hawk signals are kind of dumb, and I feel like they're extremely over-engineered. About to say, Joe Vet would agree with you. I've been in states with a pair of red lights. Anyone know what that's about? If you're talking about the two reds on top, like the left turns and stuff like that, it's really like like enhances it and redundancy. So you typically see them. I know, like in my experience, we don't really do a lot of those, but I'm in Georgia. I've seen them and certain other places. And it's been like, you don't have a great line of sight. So you have that protected left turn. But also, if you ran that red light, you'd probably fuck yourself up because there's a hill coming or something like that. So you put both there because it's really important that people don't run that red light. So it kind of enhances the fact that there's a red light there. It means don't move it or don't run it. And then it's redundant. So if one of those red lights go out, you still have the red light. And if both go out, then the intersection goes into flash until somebody fixes it for the most part. But it really kind of enhances people to stop and the redundancy factor of it is why you have the two reds on there. So I do agree with it in places like that. And sometimes placement of the arm too. Like if it's really not in the MUTCD to have two indications on that for the turn lanes. But if you got a small arm and maybe you got two lanes, then I'd say that's a very good head to run two red arrows on. If you had two left turn lanes there without enough mast arm to mount two heads for it. The big problem with Hawk signals is that they should be ignored when dark, unlike the other traffic signals. So if they did signage with it, do you think that would like help it? Like if they put some kind of signage there to say stop only when activated, or well, because they do say stop on red, but you know, something that would like indicate stop only when signal is activated. The issue with a Hawk signal, my thought process, at least, of the Hawk signal, the biggest issue is that it's heavily reliant on the detection. So you have big issues at a Hawk crossing when the push buttons go out. Say a bad push button happens, now it's going to constantly keep coming on and stopping those people. No signage wouldn't help. People won't appreciate the difference. There would need to be a sign on every other signal, stop when dark. Yeah. Well, I don't think they're going away anytime soon. I think they're being implemented and a lot of places are liking them. And actually, there's one that I think would say is a pretty good one. And is outside of a school. I actually just recently kind of did a video. I've worked on it. I know we keep going back and forth with ones out. That would be good. I like it for what it is, and I like that it's not overkill. Let me go back to Google Earth and find it. It's there in Van Cleve at the high school. We installed it. It's a K&K system, and it's a wireless crosstalk system they have there. But it's not a mass arm, and it's still eye-catchy and everything. Let me move myself a little bit so y'all can see. Where's my little dude? And there's a reason. Oh, look, I landed right on this damn thing. So it's all on the side mounted. Now, the issue, I guess, on that is they're not really traveling underneath the head. So actually think about that. They don't have to travel underneath the signal. So would this be a better setup for a hawk beacon than a typical one with a mast arm where people have to drive underneath the head? This is only more of a beacon when activated, when a kid presses the button that comes out of the vehicle, the Van Cleve High School. And the reason for the crossing here is this is like their vocational side of it in the ballpark. So you come down this road and they have a ballpark field, vocational side of the school. So it gets pretty active during high school time. And that's more of the hawk signal. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of an interpretation on, you don't travel underneath the head. So a dark signal here is really nothing because you're not traveling through it. But it's a beacon, flashes and gets to a solid red for people to stop at prior to it. Now, it's really an accident that kind of starts picking pieces apart on these hawk signals and stuff like that too. Liabilities is where of accidents, and especially if somebody gets killed or really hurt, is where the book starts getting thrown down and trying to figure out any issues with these systems to see who's liable. But I like this setup too. And it's like low cost right here. This is super cheap to install. I mean, drill out a couple 24-inch foundations. Those may not even be 24-inch foundations, but I think they are. A breakaway base still for vehicles to take it out and it doesn't stop them. And it's a solar panel with a freaking battery in there, 2 pedestrian heads, and 2 setups of crosstalk. They connect Bluetooth, I believe, that reaches back and forth. So when one's activated, both sides will follow suit. We've done it with and it costs nothing to operate since there are no lights lit all the time. Yep, same. Yeah, this thing is super efficient running wise, again, it's in that battery with a solar panel on it. It's not even tied to main power, so they never get a power bill for it. When they do call us when it's out, it's, the original batteries that K&K sends are typically pretty good. But to quickly get one of theirs are to always quickly find a deep cycle battery that doesn't have like cells in it or the lead acid or whatever in it is kind of a pain in the butt at times. The cheapness, no green light is why it's being pushed. I've always assumed. I can't see that being because so like here, this controller is super cheap here too. That one I showed y'all on in Hattiesburg, trying to think of the name. Classic Drive, the one we installed there, that's a traffic signal setup. It has, a full traffic signal controller cabinet there, a controller. It may be a freaking, probably an 8-phase, like a 12-channel cabinet and stuff like that in there still. But it's a full cabinet and everything versus this right here, so cheap compared to it. You're just setting up a couple poles for a school crossing here. So I do believe this is a nice setup. Now, I guess there's technically no stop bars and like a stop here on red sign. They probably need to kind of have that, maybe, but that would be kind of confusing too. Because, again, the heads aren't over them. So I don't know, but I like the setup, that is for sure. I got a question. I'm working on traffic lights in MC. What would be the best phase setup for an intersection that would see thousands of cars a day, aka where 2 highways routes meet each other? So you're talking like an on-off ramp style, and the best phase setup. Depends how you. I mean, once you start getting into doing like chord pattern or not chord patterns, your ring structure, start changing that around. Your phase setup's a little different. You can change it to however you want it to be if you're talking like numbers. But we'll use like all the even numbers for through lane approaches, and it's like one side. So we'll do detection on both sides of the intersection. Picture one cabinet in the middle, your on and off ramp. We'll have like phase 8 running through the east side, and then once it starts getting, you know, further east to the other side of the ramp or something like that, it will turn to phase 2, and then on the other side it'd be, you know, 6 and 4 for the through lane stuff. Then you have your left turn and your off ramps. Your left turns would be like 1 and 5 on to turn in onto the interstates versus you know, 7 and 3 for the off ramps. Typically what we do. But really it's the setup coming off of the highways and the road construction, or not the road construction, but the road setup, depending on the flow of traffic, like how much traffic it can handle, how much length of acceleration lane versus, and, you know, your off ramps would be, you know, there's not a lot of stuff that beats like the clover leafs, and a divergent diamond's real nice coming off the interstates onto different highways. Those work pretty well and don't seem to have a lot of traffic ever being backed up. Which place? Some louvers. Louvers are dreadful to work on, by the way, brother. Them things suck. Okay, yeah, I see. Florence, South Carolina has a crazy setup I'd like you to react to. Sorry, I missed that. It's probably going to be like the Macomb one we just looked up, or went to, or that I worked on a while back. You said it's 305, 6 approaches and crosswalk. Okay, we didn't have the pedestrian stuff on that. 305. Y'all have weird ways to put stuff. 21 by 29 says Florence, South Carolina. And Joe Bet, you must be following along already. You just, yeah, this looks pretty close to that Macomb one, especially. Yeah, it's got to have louvers. Let me get let's just go on this approach. Dude, have I been here before? This looks awfully familiar. Been through, I wouldn't have worked on this, but oh, I like the nearsighted signal. Oh, they bagged it. This guy right here being turned. So for this approach, there must be a curve or something back here. Oh, never mind. I don't know why they have it, but it doesn't seem like you wouldn't be able to see these that easy. Are they doing new, or I like the work they're doing? They did this with wooden poles. Oh, how low is that signal head then? With the construction, looks dreadful. This button just going to nothing? I felt like that was there a second ago. What happened to the crossing? Hold on, I got to get my dates back. To 2022? It says 2022, huh? Okay, now they've added the crossings and the curbs. Making a little more sense here. Okay. I'm sure a lot of this stuff's louvered. I'm gonna try to hit one of the side streets that's yeah, like these two would be seeing each other. Yeah, you got the sight distance louvered for sight, or not sight distance, but for cross traffic. Very important signage. I'd hope they should do a no right turn sign out here too. There ain't no way people. Oh, never mind. Just had to look back a little further. Yeah, we've just had to deal with some intersection like this. Again, that one in Macomb, that 5 Points, Livingston, and Medgar Evans, and Woodrow Wilson. That one's kind of like this too. I mean, they could have tidied up some of the stuff. Yeah, so when they get like this, again, I don't think the U.S. Oh, dang, all my messages ain't going on, but shouldn't they use the 3M signal instead? So Big O did the problem with those 3M heads and compared to louvers. So louvers like this, they add almost no weight and they're pretty easy on the signal head. Those 3M heads weigh a crap ton. They got steel strain poles now, but those wooden poles at the time would not have been a very good recommendation to. I mean, they probably got some good wooden poles, but it would have been a lot of weight. They probably wouldn't have been engineered for that. I mean, honestly, these. Oh well, never mind. They want the poly heads and everything. So if they had metal heads throughout all this, they would have had to have used like bigger strain poles. And the cost would have gone up a lot. Those 3M heads, I got one in my garage. I don't even like it. It's an old McCain, not a 3M head, but it's the same. It's so much. It's so heavy. That intersection in Macomb, when we tore it down, those were all 3M heads and heavy traffic lights where, again, wouldn't be able to use wooden poles. These strain poles would probably not be rated for the amount of weight. Foundation sizes would probably be actually just fine. The foundations would be pretty much everywhere. Goes overkill on the foundations. I like how did they do that on every foundation? Kind of boxed them in. I've seen that every now and again. Yeah. Oh yeah. Huh. They definitely drilled it, and then they just formed it up and did a collar around it. I don't like that I've seen other places use like a steel mesh to keep rodents and stuff out. We always grout. Love your videos of you faking the traffic lights. Do you ever want to get some new boots? Let me know. I'll get you some new boots. Hell yeah, dude. I appreciate that, brother. Again, I just got those Georgia boots worked on, and those things have been, again, probably the most comfortable boots out of a box I've ever put on. Florence, South Carolina, dude. I know. Where is this compared to, like, Powdersville and... So I got family. Trying to remember where we would have been. Yeah, I don't remember as much, but been through. I don't know actually if I've been to Myrtle Beach, but Charleston's real nice. That's cool. Again, I like historic places that keep up with it. I hate it when they don't really keep up with their historic stuff. Then it looks like real trashy and run down buildings everywhere. But Charleston's one where I guess I had enough money to keep up with all the historic sites. It's pretty. Yeah. I wish we could use the steel mesh. I mean, roll it around and pop a couple of rivets in that damn thing, and we use grout and then have to come back. Typically, should always come back and drill out like a weeping hole. But man, just always one is like $15 for a 50-pound bag of freaking grout, and then so you're running through a bunch of that stuff, and it's just a lot more time consuming than Oh, I'm gonna go look brand new Divergent Diamond 192. And Dodge Street, Omaha. Well, we're getting pretty close. We got Dodge Street in Omaha. This is my issue. It doesn't show me other street names. There's got to be a way. I don't know, brother. I just want to know street name. Way west. Ah, see, this is where I got to zoom out now. Look, can't tell where I'm at. All right, hopefully I'm still on the same street. That's cool. Whoa. Oh, is this like a pedestrian bridge? I almost bet it is. Dude, y'all got some pretty looking area here in Nebraska. Not that far. Hey, you said way west, brother. Yeah, it's definitely got a pedestrian crossing here. I like that. This is, I guess, a big park over here. Oh, memorial site or something. Yeah, I need to do some more traveling. Go through. Put it down, brother, and I'll try to get to it. Hit me with a weird intersection in Maryland. Oh yeah. Is this what turned into the Divergent Diamond? This thing? I'd be surprised if they changed up all that though. I mean, it looks like enough confusion. You throw the. Yeah, I was about to say. I think he would. All right, so I'm going back east. Tell me when. Do I need to keep going west or east? Now I gotta, again, zoom out again so I know where. I'm all freaking sideways again. I think I'm going the right direction there. Ah, crap. Go back to Dodge Street. All right, this was center, and you said west of it. We're gonna find this thing. Oh, well, see, I'm back to it, so. Oh, I thought you said not that far west. Dude, Omaha is a big place. Oh. This looks fairly new. What y'all building over here, brother? I'm about to look and take a tour of your town. Now I can say I've been here. 74th. What did you say? 67th? I gotta be getting close. Y'all have a 5? Well, yeah, we have a 5, guys. I don't know what I was thinking of. I guess I was thinking of In-N-Out. Big old Target, dude. What they got built over here now? A car dealership, I bet. That's just my guess. Is it a car dealership? 192. Oh, they tore down a mall. Hold on, dude. Now we're going. Let's go to Jovette's childhood right now. Oh, Sears, brother. How far back did I go? 2011. My mother used to work at Sears. Barnes and Noble. Don't even see that much. Damn, dude. They tore down this mall. COVID done destroyed so much shit, dude. Damn, look at that. See, that's just the world we in right now. Look. When did it all turn to shit? 2018. The auto center's there, but I'm sure Sears is gone already at this point. I'm telling you, I love that stuff. I love Sears and everything. Old robot catalogs and stuff. You can get anything and everything you wanted there. 2021, there it is. COVID. Called me a conspiracy theorist, but that shit was not worth shutting down the entire world for. Back to 2024. Y'all have a pretty updated Google Street View. Still going west. Uh-oh. Is this Dodge Street? I'm on a fork in the road. Build a house. Does Dodge Street keep veering this way? I imagine. Well, I guess I can click into here. Where am I at now? West Dodge Street. And 84th. What else y'all got here? What is this? Amigos. It's got to be like a taco bar or something. Dude. Peyton Manning was right. This place is cool. I just think he screamed out all, brother. Born in the hospital behind the camera. Oh, I must have. I just don't get why they need so many buildings and real estate, though, for like bank areas and stuff. Why does branches need? All right, I hope I'm still going west. Dude, Omaha is big. Dude, this is bigger than any city we have in Mississippi. Round screen movie theater right there. I'm about to have to go back. Because I can go back in time, dude. Blast from the past, dude. We're here. What do they do here? Oh, heck yeah, Lowe's. That's my kind of place. Did they tear stuff down, or is this just never been built on? Oh. Oh, the Best Buy. Dude, it impacted y'all hard. Again, Mississippi, luckily, oh, damn, they moved the Best Buy. That's what that was, I guess. Luckily, Mississippi, we did not shut down like that. I mean, I worked through COVID the whole time, but we never stopped working. We actually got more work than ever during the time. This is what I'm about to love. They put it on a truss system. So, I went back east. I definitely went the wrong direction. I like this setup they got here. Florida's done it where they do a monotube. Just a big ass, and they've used old pipeline material. Oh, that's cool. I like seeing the world come by. Hold on. Let me try to get back first. Am I even on Dodge Road anymore? Or just Grand Army? No. God dang it. See, this is the problem with Google Earth. It doesn't show enough. I guess this is Dodge Street, I hope. I'm just heading in the intersection to make sure I'm at it still. And then blur it out for some reason. Where are they going? No street name signs. I'll never know anymore. Oh, see, these are the long visors like this. We've installed these. I like these so much more than louvers. And same first time. So first time we did these. Look at these Wavetronics radars too. Freaking best detection system there is. But the first time we did these, the engineer didn't even know pretty much the use of them either. He knew louvers. We were going to try these instead of louvers. But I set them and had to roll them like you see here. So instead of them being pointed straight out on the top, roll them to the side that you don't want them to be able to see. I imagine vehicles coming off of this thing or something is the reason why they have it. So people aren't looking at these lights when coming out, and they're supposed to look at this one, and I'm sure there's another light, like, there's got to be another light for that. Here, that wouldn't be it. They only have one light for this approach, if they're considering that to approach it. I don't like how it just kicked me that far. Huh. They need to have another light for this guy. That's not proper. But either way, the engineer was like, "Why'd you turn him that way? It looks a little goofy." And I was like, "It's just how it works." I was like, and I showed him videos at night and everything. He's like, "Ah, yeah, you convinced me." I'm like, "You have to." So we did it the other way, and it made no difference. Okay, there's another light to the south. I got you. I'm probably going the wrong way again. Clicking on stuff here now. I like traveling through your city, brother. I'm gonna come visit. Use lanes with green arrows. This is something I don't see the point for. Well, what's the reason for this guy? Or is for the upcoming intersection? That's the only thing I could see. Find Highway 92 and Highway 6. This whole stream now is about, oh, well, we're in Georgia now. Okay, yeah, I got you. Yeah, again, that's something we don't have in Mississippi, so. But that does make sense. They reverse it during when the higher yield of traffic is. I know. I didn't know that. What do you say? Highway 6, Nebraska. Middle Creek. Control B and choose everything to get street name. Dude, you're freaking awesome. Could have done that a while ago, huh? I needed that. I'm so bad with hotkeys on a computer. I'll just tell you that. This is my kind of place. Just wide open. This and like, I don't know. There's certain places in the country that, and this is what's great about the U.S. is just there's so many different land types. Yeah, my bad. Let me go back to that again. 192 second and Dodge Street, Omaha. Damn, what it hit me at now? Well, brother, what the hell you got going on? Well, is this the one I already looked at? No, that ain't. Yeah, I get it, left, but I see a crazy design. Y'all do a couple of these things, or is this the same one I already looked at? Okay, yeah, that's probably the same one again. And you said, what is it, 190? 192nd? 168th? 180th? Ha. See, I told you we'd get there. Oh, dude, I'm just on a bridge. I could tell. Yeah, so they're in the middle of the making. They got the... they don't have the setup now. So did they switch to mast arms? Or did they keep wooden poles? I imagine the wooden poles are temporary, especially with everything else y'all have had in the city so far. We have those old odd overpasses on our freeways too. They're supposed to reduce conflicts. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when you only have the amount of area to design it without, like, I know, yeah, same here. We call them temporary, but we call them temporary permanent because we'll build them with wooden poles and then it ends up lasting like 10 years, which is crazy. But same, we're not supposed to actually build them and keep them for permanent applications. Hold on, let me go back to. Oh, you know what? My bad. No, I think I was just on back to latest 2024. Yeah, no, they're still in the construction. Y'all had a pretty bad sinkhole there, huh? Who did y'all's work? Yeah, you can tell the construction coming off of it though. Like curb machine or something. Splice box. Dude, I like the area though. I didn't realize how big's y'all's population. Y'all got a lot of people in Omaha. Nebraska though. I have like a feeling outside of Omaha, there's not much in Nebraska. Now again, I'm just looking around your area now. This is pretty. 8 point, yeah, dude. Or 875,000 or 8.75. Oh, dude, I'm trying to read a little screen right now. 875. Okay. I mean, that's 3 to 4 times bigger than Jackson. Lincoln's a nice town. Grand Army. You'd be surprised, Stephen, about the Grand Army. I mean, I don't know about that highway, but same in Mississippi. We got like the Natchez Trace Parkway that goes all the way from like Natchez to it may go into it goes far. So I know it may go into Tennessee, honestly. Lincoln is about half the size. You still live in Omaha? What's this dude doing? Dude, Google Earth is so much fun. Yeah. Oh, there's a lot of that stuff too, where like a state road turns into a named highway and then jumps back to the state road. I got a Costco. Yeah, I live a bit over a mile from the new Divergent Diamond, which opened about 3 weeks ago. That's pretty cool. And again, is that the first one in the area? I doubt maybe the first one in the state, but I know again we did that Diverville, the one in Diverville in Mississippi. That was the first one we did, and then again 53, I think it's getting upgraded to it in 49. But Mississippi's a hard one to get them to bite on something new. And then when they do, they test it. And then it's like a while before they do it again. And we're doing some like these like super highway or super intersections on 63, 67, I believe. That's going to be a do. It's a lot of money in it too for what we're doing. Just a temporary permanent intersection. Second in the state. There's one near Lincoln that's been there for a few years. Yeah, I think they're pretty. I wonder. It sounds like a Texas thing almost. A Divergent Diamond. I would almost bet it's like Texas or somewhere like that. That probably has a bunch of them. That kind of kicked off a bunch. Yeah. Yeah, man, drove it again. They're like, we've done a bunch of temporary lights that are still up now, you know, and there's some that have been 10 years old, 10 plus years old. Even when they get hit and ripped down, they just get re-put back up with wooden poles and stuff. Dude, y'all got a cool aquarium and zoo. Sheesh. Y'all love a zoo. Dang, a planetarium or something like that in here. Heck yeah. One of the best zoos in the world right here. You ain't gotta tell me, dude. I'm coming. Oh, can I just... Oh, look, I'm Google Earthing it right now. Did somebody just take a Google Earth camera and go wander around the zoo? That I wish people would be able to... See, this is what YouTube's all about. Well, I guess we could just go watch real quick. Hold on. You said best in the world. I gotta see it. Omaha's zoo. Well, this is what's great about YouTube. Not some dude for an hour long. I don't even watch that one.
The wait is finally over. Omaha's Henry Doorly Zoo is now part of Zoo Tours. I told many people that I was driving 10 hours to a zoo in Nebraska.
Let me just tell you, Houston's zoo is incredible. Their aquarium is garbage. Don't visit Houston for the aquarium thing. But I'm about to watch this stuff too. This looks cool. And where at Atlanta, they have an amazing aquarium and an amazing zoo. Atlanta has both that are really nice. Houston though, because we like to travel, we like to go and do, like, especially if a place has a city pass where you get multiple attractions and you kind of like set up one place. Me and the family, we'll go jump around different places and do like the city pass stuff. We've done Atlanta a few times, Houston, done I don't know where else, but those places mainly. And we like finding the places that has like a good deal, go travel and get to visit and see all these places. And
every one of them asked, what on earth could be there that's worth driving that long? And I said to their dismay, one of the best zoos in the world. Originally opened in 1894 as the Riverview Park Zoo, it wasn't until the 60s when Margaret Hitchcock Doorly donated $750,000 that started to help the park become world-renowned. From that,
dude, and let me just tell you, like, there's so many people out there that just believe, oh, you know, that's so much money, like $750,000, and they get this out of it. Like, that's worth it for where money should be put. Like, infrastructure and like what would make people, U.S. citizens and stuff like that, happy and bring in and draw in crowds that then can fund even more and more projects like this and upgrade highway systems. God, we put our money into dumbest shit in the world. And I just, if I was the president of the U.S. and like legislation didn't matter, and I could just be like, hey, this is where money is going. One, the national debt, I think we can take care of. Two, it would definitely be going inside the U.S. of infrastructure upgrades.
And to this day, the zoo has added something.
China does it. China doesn't just go throw all their money away to all these different places. Yeah, they put their influence and they do things outside of their country, obviously. But they invest so much into their infrastructure. And I just wish the U.S. would kind of compete in that region of what it is, and
every
not just
few years,
defense,
always sparing no expense. While this is the reason for the zoo's popularity, most of these projects did not fit in the modern era. Big cats, bears, sea lions, and more were desperate for new homes. But in 2009, Dennis Pate was appointed director, and seemingly out of nowhere, all of this changed. And in only 11 years, with $175 million, the zoo completed 8 new upgrades and additions that resolved almost all of their issues. Now here's why people call it the best.
Federally,
they have almost every animal you'd expect to see, along with many that you wouldn't. They have an impressive reptile collection, African savanna and Asian highland regions that set new standards, an aquarium that probably no other U.S. zoo can match, one of the world's largest indoor rainforests, the world's largest nocturnal house, placed under the hemisphere's largest indoor desert, which is also under the world's largest geodesic glazed dome. So what they say about Texas can be said about Henry Dorley. Everything is big in Omaha. Over the span of the next few years, I'll try my best to show the entirety of what is now my favorite zoo. And you can start by clicking on that card above. Enjoy.
Yeah, dude, that looks hard to beat. That's pretty cool.
The exhibits.
It's going over the zoo again. Longer video of it. Oh, Jovit, dude, I'm from the Gulf Coast, brother. Like, the bird poop can't be that bad. We deal with the pogie boats running all the time. I used to work at Ingalls, brother. I could pee on where the pogie boats come in at, and that was atrocious. That smell is awful coming in. Worked in Macomb and like different areas where them chicken trucks just run all night long out of them Tyson plants and stuff. And oh my man, dude, those chicken trucks are disgusting smelling. Yeah, oh, I'm with you. Well, hell, if we went somewhere today and it smelled awful, maybe it was yesterday. Still would remember. I don't even remember where we went now. Oh, you're in bed, babe. I'm sorry. Your Discord says you're playing Fortnite. But I am, bro. Like, it's something that probably takes your breath away real quick when you enter it. And you're like, oh, this is what we're doing, but this is nice. It's right. You have to check the intersection I go to. It is talking about there's signal heads pointed upwards towards the sky. So which one? Where's go to? I must have missed his message. Oh, okay. Philadelphia, the Philadelphia Boulevard. My bad. I need to get back on topic, right? I'm easy to distract. I'm like a substitute teacher. Just talk about one thing different. It's like, I don't even know what I'm here for. Yeah. Maryland. Oh, well, he told me which one. What was it? Good. Hold on. All right. There's one pointed to the sky, he said. It's hard, babe. Oh, babe, I'm sorry. All right, that sounds like I need to be going soon. Little down left. I just like taking my guesses. There's nothing here. Bad guess. Let's add an interchange. Is it like lights that are do you have the name of the intersection? What do you say on it? Dang, I'm so sorry. I missed so much of it. That one and that done. Oh dang! So y'all been telling me a bunch. I'm over here just been exploring Jovette's life. Homes to Suites. I have like the actual 1, 2 suites. Baltimore, Aberdeen. Where's my little dude? All right, what we're looking at here. On mast arms too? Oh, man. So the reason for them is construction. Then I guess they never opened this up. But what they did, they just rolled. So they have a hole and everything ready for where the signal head is. And they do this in some areas. I hate the look of it because the cable is always exposed coming out of it. But they can roll this astro bracket back down. But they had bags on it too. So it seemed like, I imagine, there's a lot of bird shit on them now. But I imagine it was taking so long that they kept having the bags get pulled and broken, just like you see here, because they do what we do and just use some cheap shit to cover up the lights for a while. And they just rolled the heads up in the air so that they couldn't be visible. And I guess they just never needed to open up this off ramp. What it looks like, people coming off to the signals, and they extended out this. Makes a little bit of sense. Yeah, they just probably never going to use them. I've done stuff like that. I haven't rolled it up like this, but I've had to turn the heads and kind of roll them down before to don't let them block out existing heads or something before. That's just the way they've done it. Span wire, you'll see people sometimes take mule tape and tie it to the bottom of the head and then tape up the bottom so it's almost like on the goose head side and taped up to the span altogether so it can't be visible. It tries to keep them away from having to come back out and rebag them. Because technically, if these heads were down below, kind of like the Hawk signal stuff, even though that they're dark, if they're unbagged, you're not supposed to travel underneath them without stopping, and that would create an issue here. And I guess at one point they believed they were going to use this as 2 lanes, maybe have 2 lanes here and come through. But maybe demand has never been bad enough where they need to open this up and let multiple vehicles kind of flow inside of this, which would have made this like a red light here, stop people back here, allow these 2 lanes of traffic come flowing in. And the other part to it is, this is how it turns into here, it's hard to turn your neck and see vehicles coming this way. So you would have signalization for that, because anytime a person has to turn more than, like this right here, just a little bit to the left, then you try to prevent people from doing that. So you don't want people turning all the way and ignoring what's in front of them anymore and turning too far. You almost don't want them to even turn their heads. Best route is when you got an unprotected turn or unprotected travel into other lanes. You want it where it's visible. You see the vehicles in front of you, and you know that you can yield and turn into it. Yeah. Again, this is trash bag. I use trash bags often. I'll just use them and tape some or tie some string onto them, or even this. I typically go buy the felt material for lawns that you'd roll down before you put mulch on top, because you can see through those. So it's really good for a temporary bag, because we typically only bag them for a couple days at max, and then sometimes it drags out for longer, which sucks. But either or, we'll bag them, and it's nice because you can bump out all the lights after everything's been powered up and ready or whatever. You can kind of hit power on each one and see through that felt material and bump them out. But that probably just something they're never in use for. The no right turn sign's a little weird. They should just remove that, honestly. Actually makes no sense at all. They have. I think they just had different expectations here, and they haven't gone for it. But now it would cost them money to remove it all, so they ain't gonna do it. Yeah, no, dude, I'm all in on checking the places. Wood, Word, Road, and Old Marlboro. Hell yeah, let's go eat some cigarettes down here. Cool little neighborhood. I expected something different from the top view. Okay, so I got new intersection, somewhat new. I guess this road is still closed, so they only allow the left turns coming into here. Feel like they should put some kind of traffic control up here then, if they're not allowing the through lane traffic. Or I guess you can take a right turn, huh? Yeah. I mean, you can still close this independent through lane down that you can't travel through. Close that down and just allow people to go right here and put up like a temporary right turn only sign. Or hang that up on the mast arm, right only. Well, keeping this lane open kind of keeps it a little bit confusing here. And same, I guess that's the traffic coming off. They're probably going to build this into the highway, or we've done this a bunch, and there's a bunch where we've done it. We built a whole mast arm. We built a freaking mast arm before for a freaking somebody's driveway, damn near, or is a business, but like the business driveway. But like, we got a bunch of road closed areas that we've covered back up. There was one, they just started back, and it's in Pearl, Mississippi, or Pearl and Flowood. It connects Pearl from Flowood. Sometimes show that on the near signal heads. But that road literally shut down and stopped being in production like 15 years ago. And there was already mast arms built for it, and they were finally working back on it. But yeah, like a near-sighted signal head, it depends. If there's a curve, or like, say this is a hill you're coming up and you can't see this near, and kind of probably the point of it is you got like obstructions from the actual light itself. If we come here from this driveway and turn around, you still see it pretty good, but you can't, it's kind of hard to see where they line up, and you come through this curve. This ain't like the perfect example of it. What kind of, actually? I wish this would go green. I'm next to it. I guess that's a left turn. Kind of weird they put the left turn arrow on it. But it just gives them that further line of sight, especially when you have a curve or an incline or something you're coming up. Yeah. And what happens here too. So this kind of lines up more with the lane back here. And the two on this side right here, that don't really tell you much. They could almost angle this a little bit further. But I'm in the direction going across. Where these two, you want to see them real good at the stop bar. This guy is trying to see it back here. Yeah, they for sure do. A lot of places will for the contrast on it. Yeah, no, Joe, I'm 100% with you on that. And there's so many places where, usually on ours, we have like when we have our job plans and they say add a nearsighted signal head, it's like an optional nearsighted signal head. It's almost like build the intersection, see how it looks, maybe plan for it, but if it's not necessary, don't use it, versus sometimes it is necessary and they want it, but it's more of a line of sight thing. If there's no good reason for it, they typically don't tell us to install them. I like this guy here. Oop, I just went into somebody's neighborhood. Let's look around here real quick. Damn. Maryland pretty? Now I don't even know where I'm at again. I don't see any cool zoos around here. One thing y'all would like, I want to show y'all something that y'all may have seen, and I want to go make a video of it. I've been meaning to go make a video of it. It's Red Bluff, Mississippi. So this is off of the Pearl River, and it's like a Grand Canyon. Ooh, they really ain't got a. Oh yeah, okay. So before I turn around, it's in Foxworth, Mississippi, or like just north of Foxworth. I want to say in Morgantown. Yeah. And what happened? So somehow, and they had the road, and so way back in the day, this wasn't here. This road connected. This road came in, and you would just keep traveling this way, and this was like 587, or should have been 587, whatever road it would have been, and it would come around. But it got washed out by the Pearl River. So in my video idea for this is like, you know, human creation versus Mother Nature, and in an instance that Mother Nature won, because this highway ran through this way back in the day, and now it's been washed out. Dang. Hold on, I can just go to... Ugh. Yeah, and here's what it is now. You know, that entire road. Damn, is there that many people there all the time? I want to make a video. But you can like hike down it. People will hike down it and everything. Yeah, you can see them down there. Yeah, as people go and come up here and camp and everything. I'd like to make a video on it and just, you know, again, be on the road and then be showing everything, and like, especially look up. Yeah, water always wins, you know. As is literally our greatest fight of engineering is Mother Nature, and trying to really just defend against her, you know. But this is, I mean, again, I love it though. It looks real freaking cool. Just how it all washed away and what it turned into, like a little canyon. Yeah, right. But in the video too, it also could be like comparing like the price of the initial road, then the cost of the next road, and like how much Mother Nature, you know, cost us to rebuild this and divert the road around it after it washed out, and of like why it happened. But it had to have been when the Pearl River actually flooded real bad or something to get up there, because it's way down the... You know, you got the river way down here compared to there. Like how it just was able to... Again, it's all beyond me. How it was able to cause this issue. It would probably, in this area, probably more or less like, it had to have been like some kind of a flood or something. I mean, hell, you got a railroad track that's down here that looks like it made it across. I didn't even know about that. Oh, heck. You can click little icons and see the pictures and stuff. Oh, that's cool. I mean, but they get tornadoes in this part of part of it. The hurricanes aren't too bad up in Morgantown once you're this far. Again, outside of if this thing like flooded at the same time for it. I guess this might give me a better example here, being on top. Yeah, you can damn near barely even see the water. God, it's beautiful though. That is one thing too, like Mother Nature will do, and even though it's destructive about what we put up, well, we're destructive to everything on Earth for the most part. So I'm not like mad about Mother Nature winning, and it created something beautiful out of it. Now I'm sure from last I've been told, there's probably a bunch of people out here and littering and stuff like that, so it probably don't look as majestic all the time. How's it going, trucking videos? Doing pretty good. How about yourself, brother? Yeah, again, I gotta go make a video on this. This has been one in the back of my head for a while on it. I just need to go take a week and go over there. At night when I drive by, I try to keep looking straight. It's at 307. Went to Enrotted Sense, Google somehow. That coverage, didn't let me see. Yeah, I agree. You know, even as destructive as it is, it's nobody's blame but our own. This is the school they're taking it. Oh, like an old abandoned school now. And it really shows like how quick 2007, you go back in time. Oh, there's probably, kids up in here enjoying themselves. I can't tell if that's broken windows. Is that like gone by 2014, closed down by then? Or when did it close down? It maybe closed down by this 2007. Yeah, you got one vehicle there. May not be none there. Ooh. I mean, in the time span of how long everything really is, like, look how much it deteriorates in 10 years, I mean, just over time. Golly, look at this. I don't know what they got going on here, but like this, it looks like it's caving in, collapsing in. Everything's kind of falling apart now. After so many years, this stuff will disappear. I just wonder how big our footprint's going to be in, 50,000 years from now, Makes you think. Makes you think of some certain things. How's it going, Ryan? Doing pretty good. We're just street viewing a bunch of things. Oh man, I got a bunch of messages I ain't looking at. Ooh. An hour ago, my wife said, "How much longer are you staying up?" It's been 4 hours and 40 minutes right now, guys. We crushing it, huh? One thing that's funny on this one thing, my viewer thing on my Streamlabs thing, definitely ain't saying the right amount. Oh man, Graham Lime down to see if humanity vanished tomorrow, all trace of humanity would be gone from Earth in about 1 million years. So I kind of like to. Yeah, let me get I'm gonna go over to the Perham area. one kind of think that civilizations have, there's just landmarks, certain things, like if you picture the pyramids and you picture different things, I really believe that there was more advanced civilizations at one point, and maybe humanity has been here on Earth. I think now the last thing they've discovered is like close to 300,000 years ago. I could be wrong, but I believe like 300,000 years ago, humanity is like the oldest human. The oldest like Homo sapien or whatever, at least the ones that seem to civilize and everything. So that's a long period of time. There was probably other times that, and if you just kind of process how quick everything went from like Rome to where we're at now, the stuff before it, I mean, there could have been a lot more advanced stuff. And I mean, hell, took an asteroid to take off the dinosaurs or whatever. What if a whole civilization that built all this stuff is, their whole area like Egypt dried up and went to shit? Now what do they really have to stand on, and what's underneath all that? Because it's so much sand that's just been blown over there and kind of covering up everything. Did you say? Oh, somebody told me Pram, Montana. What we got up in here? Watch the show Life After People. I think it was at the old History Channel. I used to love it whenever I was a kid, or growing up. Like History Channel was everything that was like I enjoyed watching was like the History Channel and stuff, until it got into just like, let me just make every conclusion that aliens did it. And I was like, dude, come on, that's just kind of fucking lazy. But I did, especially if you get like into the Nostradamus and of course the wars and everything, World War II and World War One, the Revolutionary War. They went back and did like a good deep dive in. History Channel was awesome. And then again, they just was like, aliens is our explanation for everything. I think it'll only take a few thousand years, but who knows, for the trace of humanity to be erased. Certain things, yeah. Then there's just certain other things that we have now that's almost like unexplained without defining areas that humans haven't really done a lot of work at. Silver Moon Lounge and Steakhouse. Ooh. Can't even see it back there. This is like a strip club with a steakhouse in there. Check us out on Facebook. Oh. They got these big ass lakes. Well, that's not a great view. Dang. All these people buying up the houses, taking the good views. We got like, well, obviously we have the Gulf Coast and everything. Yeah, that's nice. It's a big lake. We got like a reservoir over there in Jackson. That's pretty decent sized. Oh, brother, y'all talking about some crummy roads. I mean, take a gander in Mississippi. There's some rough ones around here. Alabama, too. Oh, Louisiana, dude. going. They use concrete too much around there, and Louisiana's rough. Jersey City. Let me see here. Route 440. Communion. Dude, good on you, Google Earth, for just making it happen. Oh, you're telling me about it. Oh, I-10 in Louisiana going across. So like if you're going towards, I guess either one really, just, but the closer side to Texas. Oh, so I imagine they're using that other mass arm for multiple lanes. Yeah, so Jackson, we have a couple like this in Jackson. I'm not a big fan of it. And we got a couple in Natchez, I want to say, their downtown area, where they'll do like a pole and a signal here and like one over here or something. That they never look that good either. See, God, what are they doing there with that cable like that? I mean, for a conductor cables like this, I'd have done a hole in the backside and then fed them cables up, over, and then pop them into the heads. For the birds, Jim, what's up, brother? How's it going, man? Dang, dude. Y'all play some freaking tennis over here. This is just ballpark field over here. Oh, I'm in New Jersey again now, I guess is what I'm at. Jason, I appreciate it. Lady Liberty. I'd like to go visit. That's right here. Can I get a frontal view? Oh, yeah. I like these little dots. I guess it's just like blurry pictures of people. Dang. You're having a rough day. What'd y'all do? Take a selfie and post it on Google? That's all it takes. I'm this dude right here. What up? What camera are you using? Lady Liberty. Freaking potato he's taking a picture with. Anybody got like a HD camera? Staying on. That's pretty cool. Ellis Island over here. Dang. What is this supposed to be, like a list of, you know, I guess I don't know enough about it, but a list of every immigrant or something that came through? Yeah, right. Just imagine sitting here and being like, I'm this close. We can get here, and just in a processing facility. Dang, dude, city life. See, this is something I've never been to, like, I mean, Houston, I guess, is the biggest city been to. But I've never been New York City life. Little Italy. Dude, I'd just land on this. This is pretty cool. Yeah, I can fix these bricks up a little bit. Socket Wrench, how's it going, brother? Appreciate the sub. Where's Central Park? Ain't that pretty big? Is this it right here? Well, this is a cemetery. Never mind. There's so much blue on the map, I can't see. Oh, here we are. Central Park. This got to be it, huh? I'm gonna park in the middle. This is all just on, like, all on an island. Oh, maybe not. There's so many more parks. Oh, yeah, okay. Central Park. Fun fact, they never lost luggage. Any luggage ever there. I wouldn't doubt it. So do they have black bears in Central Park? Did I see something like that? They have black bears or something in Central Park now? I mean, black bears are just coming back everywhere, huh? Dang, dude. Yo, somebody got a freaking castle over here? I bet you some rich dude lives in that, too. Huh. Dang, that's pretty. Oh, what up, dude? Somebody taking a picture of me? So, what is it, like, a skyscraper can't be taller than the Empire State Building or something? Here in New York, they can't build anything bigger than that. RFK left a bear carcass in Central Park. He got rid of it for us, is what it is. Look at this jaywalker, dude. She just, I mean, what's so hard about walking on the sidewalk and then walking across the freaking crosswalk, lady? Dang, this is 2008. Damn, dude, what happened in New York, bro? Oh, let me guess. It's going to be a ride here at this certain area. It even skips the damn year. People? Less people. Dang. I don't even know where Times Square would be. Is that what it's called, right? Found it. I see, now I won't ever have to go to Times Square because it's like I've been here. And yeah. Oh, that's pretty cool. This is too much for me though. I don't think I could ever do this. I mean, like, visit is one thing, but I could never in my life live here. Yeah, that ain't for me. This ain't for me. From Mississippi to Nebraska to Minnesota to New Jersey to NYC, whirlwind to where I know, right? We're going all over the place now. It's kind of like we've been here in person now. NYC is a zoo I'd like to visit, but I'm in no hurry to. I've lost any desire to ever visit New York City. Man, I mean, even with like what it is, and I'm sure plenty of like bad apples and issues, different issues like that, all these places still have like this historic like features to it that I'd like to see. But I'm definitely one of the people that like this right here and all the lights and looking like a vape store just doesn't do it for me though. Like what Mother Nature gives us and what God's given us to view. Like, look, I can show you a different place that's 100,000 times cheaper. Let's just go to Chattanooga, Tennessee real quick, and it'll have a better view than all of New York City is right here. But there is like, I don't know, a specialty to also what New York City is and the history and everything of it, where, you know, it's impressive as well. It's cool to, I'd like to visit, but I couldn't stay. I wouldn't want to stay. I'm trying to look for like Lookout Mountain. Maybe get it from this view. Oh, hold on. Yeah, Google's got like the points like that. I'm gonna go up higher then. Ruby Falls. You really don't get a view back on. Maybe. Trying to get y'all a good view of it. But you can like pretty much, they got like Lookout Mountain, and you got the like Battleground up there, and this is the highway one. But this is just, well, crap, not a good view of it. I'm gonna find a good picture of it. I'm really having a hard time defending my point. Oh, go back. I just seen it. Dang it. Come on. It's right here. It's this tipping point right here. This is the place where I want to show y'all. But I need to just find like a good, they got like the Battleground. Look at that right there. I mean, I do actually think, or is it San Francisco that has the skyline, the city skyline and everything? But damn, just the mountains, the history. Got the Civil War battles and everything. Like, just, it's beautiful. Trying to get to the side. Dang. Yeah, I like looks. I like views like this. Come down and do to Sydney. Brother, we're going to Australia. Now, y'all don't have a lot of place, like, isn't y'all's dense amount of population right here? Like, almost all of this is uninhabitable to a point. Like, a lot of it's Sydney and the surrounding areas here off the coastline. Let me make sure I'm in the right place. Oh, so I was a little bit off. Well, yeah, let me see what I can find. Ooh. This is in Australia. Oh, you know what? This makes sense. Y'all are always British, so style of buildings very much like the UK, which ain't a bad thing. I mean, hell, the United States has their pieces of it and everything too. I heard is the coral reefs coming back and everything? People stopped using so much sunscreen or something like that there, and they're like rebuilding the coral reefs and everything. Miller's Point. I just went to some weird street. Come on, who took a selfie over here? Oh, that's okay. Look, some of my favorite place. Oh man, I'm with you. This is beautiful. Damn. Oh yeah, y'all got this is city life. I'm with you too. I'm in somebody's freaking. I'm getting seen by. What is this? How is this on Google Earth? Who walked in here? Who did this? Ain't no way. Somebody's like, I'm getting my glaucoma checked, and they're in here in the office area. They're like me walking around an intersection with a GoPro on my forehead. They just walked in here and was like, "Yeah, I'm getting footage." This is just something y'all do? Hold on. Did Google Earth have this back in the States too? Holy shit. Y'all have French fries. What is this, like some pulled meat? Look at that chicken, dude. This looks good. What is that? A photosphere? Dude, this is new to me. Yeah, brother, I just think I found the best sandwich shop in Australia. Look at this. Oh my. I'm getting hungry. Juice bar? I mean, look, everybody got a vest on, so at least I wouldn't look too goofy. You know? French fries. Pulled king. Dude, I'm in. I'd try it. I'm no okay. So just to ask y'all the question then, where does it draw the line at? What meat do y'all would you not eat? Like where does it stop at? Like, would you eat a dog? Would you try it? Because my favorite Chinese spot, man, if they just came out and was like, "Hey, yeah, we've been feeding you dog this entire time," I'd probably still eat, you know? Shit's good. I'm back in the sandwich bar, dude. I must be hungry. Dude, do you get paid for this? I'm gonna walk around stores and with a GoPro on my forehead and just send it to Google. Look at this little bakery I found. No dog, you said? No and never. Oh, okay. Well, okay. Where does it draw? Like a horse? Would you eat a horse? Your hometown of. I'll have to get around to it. Or we're just gonna have to end up doing this more often. Oh, Japanese restaurant, dude. I'm all over some. They got the Grumpy Baker. You know it's got to be good. Never mind, dude. Don't go to this place. You're just gonna get raped in the back alley, dude. Let's get out of here. Holy shit, Grumpy Baker. That ain't for me. China Split, dude. There's rooftop dining. Oh my. No, this is too fancy. I couldn't do this bar. Actually, I just seen a movie, and I'm pretty sure it was filmed in there, where some dude was like ready to kill the lady. Dude, this has to be that movie. He was like sitting in one of these chairs or like a chair or something like this, and she was on a date, and he had to like text her like what she should do. I'll just have French fry or French food. My bad. Holy crap! What's up, my brother? You're taking selfies. I only eat chickens and pigs and no cows. Oh, maybe a religious thing. I tried kangaroo. I would definitely eat kangaroo. I've eaten tried Nutri-Wrap before, not really on purpose, but it ain't bad. Stringy meat. Raccoon isn't terrible. I know, right? Just leave it at this, dude. Oh yeah, you're right, Joe. Jovet, probably the business that would do it. For indoor tour, I know, right? But who goes into? Okay, this is okay. I'm kind of into it. Did I find another bakery? I'm a fat dude. I'll tell you what. This person got nervous. They took a picture and then was like, "Oh God, I gotta put the phone up." They didn't take another. My goodness, I'm about to have to go visit Sydney. Is people nice around here? What's y'all's crime rate like, dude? Didn't Australia like originate off of just prisoners? But like prisoners from Britain, and if you look at that nowadays, like that's pretty much anybody and everybody. Who was up here? Is this just a drone shot? Low crime? Oh, no, dude. I'm going to have to get off here in a moment and go eat. It's like 11. It's midnight, brother. I don't like any of the meat. Don't try it, dude. I don't know. I think Cal tastes like, probably is like the best thing. Oh, yeah. Every zoom-in goes into food places. Cal is my favorite food. I got a brisket in the fridge right now that we're going to be smoking probably tomorrow. See, this person's literally at the dentist and just like, yeah, I'm gonna take a picture for Google. Deer is good as well. Again, beef is hard to beat. I'm trying to think of something that's, yeah, I don't think there's anything better than beef, like cow. So yellowfin tuna, fresh yellowfin tuna steaks, some of the best meat you can ever eat right there. Like, that stuff's incredible. Dude, can one of y'all like graffiti some traffic light doctor stuff and then get it seen on here so I can look up that? Oh yeah, that's straight from England right there. That is beautiful, but that's a cathedral. We're in these like older areas. Dang, dude, y'all upkeep it though. Somebody done pressure washed this right before the Google Street View went through. Dang, back here too. That's pretty awesome, actually. That's beautiful. Natchez has some nice cathedrals. Australia has the second most similar traffic control to the U.S., right behind Canada. That's actually surprising on there. Well, I'd almost, again, I feel like they get so much influence from the UK. And, I mean, did they already take y'all's guns away in Australia? Ain't it like a hard time to get firearms and stuff? You know what? If it is pretty. God, dude, everything. I want to zoom in on. I did that one alley, I guess. That didn't look too nice. Okay. I don't know. It's still pretty nice. But now, the average income here in Sydney's got to be outrageous. It's got to be over 100. It's got to be like $200,000 a year. Average income in Sydney, Australia. Sure, shit, 2025. Only 98,000 to 108,000. I don't know what your conversion rates are. Isn't New York like 500,000, like the most wealthiest income in the world? All right, that's bonkers. Never mind. In New York in the city, they got billionaires there though. How is that? Never mind. All right, Sydney is pretty expensive, and if New York's only 41K. But yeah, I would imagine Canada takes a lot of inspiration from us, even though they have a little bit of the French and UK in their influence from it. But now, if we're going, what is it? Is it Croatia? Croatia. I'm about to just go try to find the prettiest place in the world, and Croatia in certain areas. I think it's Croatia that's gonna off the coastline. Yeah, because here's Italy and Rome and everything. This is where things start to me, like, I don't know, it's top of the level. Okay, well, I zoomed in the wrong place. Let me find a really good one for you. I wish I knew all the names a little better. I don't know any of the names, but they have like these, and so does Italy, but they have the mountains that are all on the coast. Let's just go to Italy. I know places here that are easier. Okay, I lied. I don't actually know anything about this place, but maybe a lot of transportation coming into here. And I like how their layouts on the buildings, how everything's like the colors of it. Though I'm showing really bad examples of what I wanted to show y'all. I see, well, it shows me a picture of what I want to see. I got an island. Where's the, you know what, this is what I just need to look up. I think we're going too far. Nope. I'll freaking cap or something. Yeah, Capri. Street view. Oh, went too far down. That's still pretty. Wow, same average income as Omaha. The 45K or the expensive one, like Sydney. Yeah, see, look at this, dude. They are on the side of a freaking mountain, but gets a view like this, brother. Like where people are now. Like if we're really talking about, I lived in Alaska at one point, and Alaska has some of the most incredible, because it's like that untouched, you know, like people haven't been there, untouched look. Alaska has a lot of that when but Italy, like we're talking about where people have been, holy shit, that's just something otherworldly right here. Like I'm like, they have like some big things going on. Ooh, what is this one? Dang, dude. Thanks for the selfie, brother. But look at that, dude. A mountain and the ocean. That's my two favorite things right there together. Never in the winter for Alaska. Yeah. Yeah, we lived there right before we left out of there, and I was young at the time. We left whenever I was like 6 years old, or 6 or 7 or so. But yeah, dude, that's something. I'll also I see them videos of like people in like Norway or whatever areas that is up there. I get some really good views from like the countrysides and stuff. The castle of Barbarossa, whatever it just said. It went to nothing. I felt like it'd be this thing, huh? Okay, my street view's losing its mind. But Italy, Naples, the Croatia area, there's see this. And then you're also, yeah, you got all the relics and everything sided. Like just picture of what this used to be. And this is what like humanity, you know, with it disappearing, what it kind of starts crumbling to. She had a lot of, want to get like a good view on the back side of this. The Roman Empire is fascinating too, and just how it took over a lot of this. Capri, that's a nice looking trip to go to. Oh wow, we're just in a tunnel. Okay, that don't look as nice. Alright, brother, you have a great night. I appreciate you for watching. I ain't too far behind you. Naples. You know what, though? Well, let's just go look at Rome. The capital. This would be nice, actually. This is where, like, historic town I'd love to see. And how their roads they made so long ago. Not all of them around here, but like how certain roads that they've made so long ago and they've held up, withstand. And they said something about the concrete that the Romans used had like a volcanic ash and like the certain concrete that they would make at the time, which they were already ahead of their time and stuff on certain things. I mean, maybe not that much, again, look at Egypt, but Australia's steepest street. You gotta Vatican City. Where's Street View? Oh my goodness, look at these. See, dude, what happened to human creativity? I mean, I feel like we're going in such an opposite direction nowadays to what we used to be. My goodness. Wonder what kind of food they got there to buy. Yeah, man. I know we could. Yeah, okay, I'm with you. Yeah, that's me too, because I'm like, I know we could replicate this and we could do this stuff. It's like, what? Like, why we don't? Aaron, you are right about that, and that's kind of what I feel like the negative sides of like capitalism really is, and really, I mean, there's a lot of negative sides on it, but like the big ones, like it's when we've now allowed these companies to monopolize as much as they have, and like families that own dynasties of pretty much everything of what people buy in the United States now, that it only now becomes like, what's the most profitable thing so we can keep making a profit margin that's higher than last quarter's over and over and over again. The church was filthy rich and powerful when this stuff was built, still is. And see, but like, you wouldn't profit off of this building by any means or whatever, but this was like, they knew that, hey, even after our generation dies, there's something great here that we're building and that we have, and this is going to be preserved for as long as humanity is still around. And we don't really put that care into stuff anymore. Again, Aaron, I think, because I truly believe we still have it in us to do it. It's just like who would want to pay to do it? And this is where I'll go back to like the issues of capitalism is like they just care about them making as much money as possible. There wouldn't be like a reason for anything a part of our. There wouldn't be no economic reason for us to build this again in the United States when there should be more reasons for it, just because it should be like, you know, we're here to define history and do greatness, and we should build this stuff. Yeah. But you get this out of it over like, I don't know, man. Can you use Google Street View in China? I mean, I'll give you that. China has, they're pumping out skyscrapers all the time, and we do. Skyscrapers are beautiful, but there's like Beijing or something. And again, I mean, I guess we did, because if I go back to Natchez, again, this is back in the daytime when they were built, but the Natchez Cathedral is real nice too. And this is just here in Mississippi, you know, and this thing's beautiful. Almost see it from like any kind of area when you're in downtown. Where's the thing out? It's got to stick out like a sore thumb. That's such a small version, but still, I mean, that's impressive. Well, we got that here in Natchez. Good night, driving around. I appreciate you hanging out. How's it going, brother? Yeah. Oh, I'm not saying there's not Jovet for sure. I mean, there's a lot of impressive and amazing things the U.S. has accomplished too. It's more, and it's not, and it's more or less like, I don't know. I wish there was more projects in line, if that made sense. Like more things that, and instead of us like going and fighting wars and stuff like that, let's build more of that. You know, cathedrals, or you know, more gathering areas, more beautiful parks, and more, you know, memorials, whatever. You know, all this stuff. Let's, you know, obviously there's still stuff that's going on and doing it, but there's just everything turns into, I don't know, cookie cutter stuff nowadays almost. Yeah, exactly. It's just harder to find. Now we are a newer country than most, and we had different dynamics of building things. And again, we are a country of like lawyers and trying to make sure no matter what, we're not going to like the people are going to like figure out any liabilities and stuff versus like being a country of engineers. Now, one thing I will say that is pretty, but I'm not real sure the purpose of it, is the arc over here in St. Louis. And then I think it's like you can't build anything that's bigger than it. You know, they call it that. Wherever the hell it's at. I thought I'd find it just off of the telling it. That ain't it. Well, okay. Yeah, okay. I see. I'm worth it for that. I'm on the riverfront. Riverview. Probably is. Go and see it from here. Ooh, here we go. So that okay. You know, yeah, I'm with you. Let's do more of it though. Like, it's cool. Yeah, I think I've seen something about it, which I would want to do if I went and seen. Well, we got good monuments and everything, as well, like DC. A lot of good examples. Makes me feel like there's passion behind it though when you got like just something unique or something more like art. You know, clearly that it's just crazy. Like, let's just build it. Can I get a view from the top? Is that what it's down? Oh, what's up, fellas? Who am I taking a selfie with? Oh, he's underneath it. Damn, somebody ain't get me at the top. There. Oh, never mind. Underneath it again. Uh-oh, it's broken. No, I haven't. Never been to DC. Okay. Yeah, I mean, over the interstate. Yeah. Hey, but I'm all down for building some crazy cool stuff. I mean, Jovette, think about it. Think about 20 years ago, though, and how everything just seemed to be like made to be a little bit more joyful for maybe children and stuff like that too. Like look at like all this modernization that we keep seeing, and like the McDonald's all looks like crap now. You know, when you were a kid though, you had like Ronald McDonald, you had all the stuff. But like when you'd go, like even the small stuff that's just like that is like, we're just getting real plain Jane around here in the United States nowadays. I mean, hell, look at Cracker Barrel, man. They tried to take the cracker out of the barrel and then freaking, you know, modernize that place too. And it's like that. What's the point of going anymore? You know, it's like that place is literally for nostalgia because my grandparents liked it and I liked it from there. Yeah. Yeah, now, yeah, exactly. McDonald's are now just like gray boxes. There's no like character into it anymore. But again, where you can go back to it all the time, Mother Nature is super impressive. This is where I used to live in Alaska. Owlson. Lived on like the base housing stuff. I'm about to freaking find it. I don't want to know which neighborhood thing. Oh, I ain't even got a street view. I guess that makes sense. It's an Air Force base. Way to park in the middle. I don't know which one that would have been though. We'd always go to yeah, North Pole would be in the middle. Fairbanks was like the closest decent sized city or town. Wonder if I could find. Ooh. May not even spelled that right. Oh, it has to be down here. Oh, this makes sense. Recreational camp. So this, there's no street view stuff. Damn. This is where we used to always go camping and go fishing off of this little pier. I done one time. It was they fired Ronald McDonald. That's insane. Yeah, I definitely need to do it more often. 5.5 hours right now. This is insane. I did not mean to be on it this long. My wife's gonna be upset at me now. But we used to always come here, and I almost got hypothermia one time getting into the water when it was like fall time. Still real cold, but or maybe springtime, right before it, summer or something. It's still cold, but it wasn't snow on the ground, and ooh, that one was a rough time. Thought it was smart to get in the water. Didn't realize how cold it was, and didn't even as a kid, didn't even really recognize how cold it was until I got out of it. And my mother was like, "You're purple, dude. You got to get by the fire right now." Yeah, look at this public rest area. Maybe this is enough to look. Used to catch trout out here all the freaking time. Look at that. They probably just dumping some terrible stuff in that. I was probably eating some bad stuff in there. And I remember the camp's like way back there, but I was little at the time, and I got in this little skiff by myself and got like halfway out on the lake. Could not row back in though. And then they had to like get a motorboat, come out there and get me, tie it to me, and drag my ass back to shore. Yeah, right. I appreciate you being here with me, brother. Set up the Fairbanks. Hell, dude, they got traffic lights here. I'm about to just move on back. I bet you can't really get like a North Pole. This town's probably grown up a lot. Whenever we were there, there wasn't much of anything here. Maybe not. Roundabouts. Ugh. Would this be in 2007? We were there back in like early 2000s. We moved to Mississippi in like 2004, maybe. It was like a year before Katrina. They used to, it was funny, it was North Pole. This is obviously North Pole, Alaska, and then we would go to see Santa here. They had like this little big old school convenience store, and I don't know where it would be at. Maybe the North Pole Plaza. That sounds about correct. Okay, I'm on the back side of it, so don't look as good. Dang, can't get in it. At least see the front of it. Who drives around the back and that's it? I don't remember a Starbucks there, that's for sure. No, yeah, I don't mind roundabouts. It's just funny to be against them. That's for sure. Yeah. we've actually done a good amount of work on them. We make more off of a roundabout than we do a traffic light, anyways. We do the lighting side. We'll do all the street lights for them typically, and they always do a bunch of them. We'll make more off of that than like a traffic light would. That's why everybody that's like, oh, roundabouts are cheaper, and it's like, yeah, what are you replacing a four-way stop sign or an all-way stop sign or whatever? Then maybe calling it cheaper or whatever. But if you're replacing a traffic light, the roundabouts that are replacing traffic lights are not cheaper. I wonder where they got a view of the dude. And I watch Outdoor Boys a bunch. This is Let's see, where's Mount McKinley at? Well, not the bank, dang it. Okay, so this was the tallest elevation in the United States, I believe. Any kind of lookout points here? Nope. Dang. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, there is. Somebody did the summit for real. We would always be able to see the top of this. I ain't never been up here. There's a lot of people. But have you seen it? Alaska has some views that are just insane. Brother. Resets north. Okay, that helps. Yeah. Oh, I agree with you. So when I was a kid, I was all about the cold, and I was all about like spicy food. Neither one can I do now, but holy shit, like right there, dude, drop me, like, let's get in the helicopter and let's just land right there. I'm all in. That's so insanely beautiful. Y'all trash the shit out of this place. See, that's what people do, though. Damn it. Damn, that's so much. They better be taking their stuff and getting out of there with it. But awesome. Like my grandparents, they're like up there in the mountains of Tennessee and stuff too. So like mountain views, just insane. Like that. And look at the different. I mean, Alaska is incredible. I mean, you got this on one side, and you got all, a freaking forest over here, which obviously gets covered up with snow. You got this dude right here taking a selfie, with his souvenir hat too. Oh, Alaska in the winter. I don't need a 22-hour night. Oh man, I remember that. So we were in now I'm gotta hit the compass thing again. Yeah, we're by Fairbanks. So we were in extreme. Like if you're up here, this is some extreme stuff. They got pictures of this up here. And look. And here's a different part of Alaska, too. This is some flat ground. Wouldn't even expect it. Because Alaska has so many different types of... Dang, dude. I didn't even think about this over here. What's this? It's more ocean. Dude, I could live here. I'm in on this. I could do this. Barrow, Alaska. Yeah, that's what it just said it was. But yeah, so they get sun all the time, and then sometimes sun. But in Fairbanks, we would get like, I think our extremes, the sun would come up at 3 and go down at like, this is beautiful too, though. Damn. It wasn't like 24/7 daylight. You know, we would get like, we'd get like 16 hours of daylight versus all the time. But the sun would rise at like 3 o'clock and set at like 10 o'clock or something. So 10 to 3. So it would be, or like 9 o'clock or something. I don't know. But you'd also get the northern lights and everything too. Imagine how expensive everything is up here, though. I mean, like, trying to transport stuff this far north. I got an airport at least, but what do you do? It is so flat, too. We're in Alaska. Exploration stuff. Or is this all just like oil coming in? Greenland. Let's take it. Nope. See, all right. So I'm kind of on board with you in the Greenland then. That place right there, that doesn't look fun to me. Iceland. It's supposed to be nice. Yeah, we had a time not long ago where we could see them in Mississippi, but it was like you had to take a picture on there. It was on, like in Alaska, whenever I was up there, one of the things I recall as a kid was getting on the back porch. We're in base housing, obviously, but it's like, got like a basement-ish. It's lower story, but everything was like upper story or second story almost on the base housing unit that we were in. But if you went into the backyard, there's a patio that led back down to the bottom. And I just remember being on that patio, and you look up, and you just like, you can see the lights dancing and everything in the sky damn near, and that's incredible. Yep, I don't think I can do New York. I think Alaska would be the way to go. Or, you know, around the Gulf Coast area. Utah's got some cool stuff, all these places. Colorado's got some insanely cool looking views. Guys, I've got to be getting offline here. It's 1 a.m. I appreciate everybody for watching. I'm about to call it a night. My wife is asleep now. Hold on, you just said something. Let me see it real quick. Is it Utah as the... Oh. You know what? No, I got to get off. And I'm going to get distracted. We're going to go into it, and then I'll end up being on for another hour. Trivia of the day. Google Maps was invented in Australia. Street View developed by Google Sydney. Dude, that's pretty awesome, actually. Yeah, dude, I see that's some of the good that people do, and that's also a cool thing that people do a lot more nowadays as well. Is just like what we have here on the internet, and how we can all communicate probably easier than ever before. I mean, obviously easier than ever before, that we can literally talk to anybody. Hopefully it's unleashed one day where we're going to have an even easier time communicating with other people throughout the world. And I think that's coming more and more, especially with this, with some AI, even though I'm not like happy with all of the stuff going on, but that where you get like the earbuds that can translate languages, and how it's becoming more easier to translate languages to each other and talk to other people in different countries that way. It's pretty fascinating. So we're more connected than ever, just like me being able to sit here and talk to y'all and bullshit for almost 6 hours here. It's incredible. Glad we get to do it. Not yet. Hopefully not my generation, Aaron, but probably is going to be us. But yep. Appreciate y'all for watching, dude. Y'all